realities, discussing Buddhism, health, and ethics of care. To guide this discussion, we are deeply honored to welcome Professor Li Zhen, the Faculty Chair of Graduate Institute of Religious Studies at Taiwan Zhenzi University. Her expertise into how religion is actively lived and practiced makes her the perfect guide to lead us through this afternoon's focus on ethics and care. Professor Li, please.
Good afternoon. I'm honored to attend this international conference. I got a lot of important messages, including our communication, this kind of stuff. And I needed to thank for He Rishen to invite me here. And so I will do my job well. So I will save all my time to distinguish speakers and let this panel end on time. Okay? So now, first speaker.
Okay. Thank you. I guess I'll go over there. Hi, everybody. Okay, we got this going. Do I use this? Oh, nice. Okay. Hello, welcome. Thank you for finishing your lunch and your conversations in a timely fashion and for joining us here. My name is Bill McGrath, and I'm from NYU, New York University. I'd like to start by just saying thank you to our hosts, thank you to our organizers, thank you to Dr. He for organizing all of us, thank you to Miss Jiang Shui, wherever she is in the background, making sure everything runs smoothly, to all of our volunteers who are feeding us and taking such good care of us, the drivers. Today I'll speak a bit on, we could call it the ethics of care, and I feel very well cared for. And so I think, again, maybe taking up Dr. Rickenser's suggestion of moving from philosophy into practice, indeed we are benefiting from the practice of care here. So without further discussion, I'll get into my topic for today. Today's talk is mostly focused on Tibetan language sources. I'll be looking at the life of Jivaka, who is a famous physician from, we could say, the Buddhist canon across many different languages, including the Tibetan language. And then Yutok Yunengumbo, who is more particular to Tibet. And as you'll see, there are interesting connections between these two figures. Many of you have probably seen this image before. This is the medicine Buddha, or the Buddha master of medicine, Sanje Menla in Tibetan. And this is a famous scene, although it's not always explained when people show it. This is the first tanka in a series of paintings produced in Tibet around the turn of the 18th century. And in this scene, you can see the Buddha is surrounded by four retinues. We've got, we could say the Buddhist bodhisattvas in one corner. We've got the rishis, or the seers, the sages, in another. We've got the non-Buddhist deities in another, and then the Buddhist deities, or Buddhist Mahabodhisattvas, in another. And so in one of these retinues, we actually find Jivaka. He's in the top right corner here, so we can zoom in on him in a moment. But before we get to Jivaka, a little bit of framing. I had the pleasure of sharing lunch with Dr. Gyatso and Dr. He, and we were discussing ethics, and even tied in with Dr. He's opening remarks, citing Weber, and I might put it this way, thinking about the relationship between the worldly and the sacred, right? We've been discussing modern ideas and secular ideas, and so one formulation of that is the worldly and the sacred, and of course this corresponds to Buddhist terminology, right? Jigdenba, Jigdenledeba in Tibetan. And one way of thinking about medicine in Tibet, or we could say in Buddhist communities more broadly, is a worldly practice. And indeed, in the life of Jivaka, we see this. And so that will be one point I'll try to make today. And through the life of Jivaka, there's a model for the worldly practice of medicine. So far, so good. In the life of Yutok, I argue it's more integrated, the worldly and the transcendent, or even the sacred. And so it's the distinction begins to blur. And again, this is a conference on the Bodhisattva Path, and so perhaps that's no surprise as a more Mahayana or even Tantric model. So those are the main themes I want to look at. Again, here are the names and some studies that have been done before. I should mention that Jivaka has been well studied by my colleague who is sitting here, Pierre Salguero, so you can read more about his life there, and I won't say too much about him. Yutok, I'll have sources on him in a moment, but the main scholar I'm drawing upon here is the late Yunga, who is a graduate of Harvard and sadly passed away 4 years ago. And so my work owes a great debt to him as well. So let's begin with Jivaka. There's a Jivaka Sutta in the Pali Canon where Jivaka is, we could say, a quintessential lay Buddhist, right? Upsaka. And this sutta has very little to do with medicine, actually, so I won't go into it very much. But I just want to point out this is a conversation between Jivaka and the Buddha about how to be a lay Buddhist. And so that is perhaps a useful place to start. It's not in Tibetan, and so I am not going to spend too much time on it, but you can look that one up. Now let's turn to the Mula Savarstavada Vinaya, which is a Tibetan language Vinaya. It's been translated into Tibetan, not only Tibetan. And in the very first section of the Vinaya, so for the other canon nerds out there, right? It's really quite prominent right at the very beginning of the Tibetan canon. We have this section on ordination, and there's a very interesting story about Jivaka. He's involved. Here's kind of a zoomed in Jivaka in the upper right here. And you can see he's not dressed as a monk. He's dressed as a layman. Again, this has been translated. You can find the 84,000 Projects translation. Robert Miller and his colleagues translated it very nicely. But the main takeaway is there's a Brahmin boy who is very sick, and his parents say, go find Jivaka. He will heal you. Jivaka says, no, I will not heal you because you are not part of the Buddhist community. Jivaka only serves the court of King Bimbisara and also the Buddhist community, and so therefore he refuses to heal this Brahmin boy. The Brahmin boy is very clever, and he says, okay, I will convert to Buddhism. I'll join the monastic community, and then Jivaka will heal me. He does, it works, Jivaka heals him, and then he says, okay, I've attained my goal, and now I will revert to being a Brahmin again. And so, again, it's this sort of hilarious story. And Jivaka eventually figures out what had happened. He reprimands the boy and tells the Buddha, and basically warns the Buddha, is if people continue to do this, lay donors like me who are donating their labor to heal the members of the monastic community will stop offering our services if people start taking an advantage like this. So you guys better do something about it. And really, in a way, convinces, or I don't know where the decision-making comes in, but the Buddha ultimately says monks should not allow sick persons to go forth. And so this is, of course, a new rule. And that's the whole point of the story, right, is that sick people are not allowed to become monks or nuns. Okay. There are many other discussions of medical ethics in the Vinaya. It's a very interesting topic, and many of our colleagues have already written on this topic. So I'll just share one more story. This is kind of the classic life of Jivaka, also in the Vinaya. It shows up in the section on robes, which might be a little bit surprising, translated by Anton von Schaeffner in the 19th century, and then that German translation into English at the beginning of the 20th century, and then translated again by Chopin in 2017. And so Chopin is kind of the latest statement on the matter. But again, well studied, well translated, so I'll just give you the bare overview here. This is where we learn Jivaka's the etymology for his name, right? In Tibetan, it's Soche Shunu. And then in this story, there's an added word, su, which means to care, to heal, to treat. And in this case, it actually is really more a sense of the word care rather than to heal. He's the living one raised by young Prince Abhaya. And the story goes is that when he was born, King Bimbisara, who is his father, had slept with a woman in town and given her instructions to send the boy once he's born to the palace, and she put him in a box, and King Abhaya said, "Hey, Dad, there's a box outside. Can I have whatever's inside of it?" And then they open the box, and it's a living one who then gets raised by by Prince Abhaya. As people have already noticed, von Scheifner noticed this, Kambar Bhartiya refers to pediatrics, right? This is a science of healing. Jivaka also has a sense of being a physician in Tibetan as well. Tsoche is a title for physicians. Shunu So, it's not such an official title, but the idea remains the same. It's also a title of healing, and ironically, actually, he does not heal children in these stories, at least. So it's kind of a confusing confluence. But in any case, to sort of tie up the narrative, he travels to Takshila. So was it Dr. Sun was telling us about Gandhara? We already saw it on a map. I don't have to even tell you where it is. He travels really quite far away from the court of his father, King Bimbisara, and learns from the famous Ayurvedic teacher, Atreya. He travels back. He sends money back to his teacher. He sends money to his mother. He eventually makes donations to the Buddhist community. He becomes the king of physicians, not once, not twice, but 3 times. He's named the king of physicians. It's really quite remarkable. And in doing so, he establishes himself as this really preeminent physician. He is the foremost of those who treat the body, in fact. And so he has this, actually, we could call it a type of pride, right? As a lay person, we allow him to have certain emotions we might not allow other Buddhist characters. I imagine that it's sort of like the show House, or whatever kind of attractive doctor TV show you like. He's clever, he tricks people, but he usually does it for their benefit. It reads very well. I totally recommend the Chopin translation. And then he meets the Buddha, and the Buddha totally humbles him, right? And so, again, there's a lot of kind of drama. Even though he recognizes the Blessed One is the foremost who treats the mind, the Blessed One also humbles him in terms of treating the body. He finds these rare herbs up in the Himalaya. And so ultimately, Jivaka bows down to the Buddha. He becomes a lay follower of the Buddha and a supporter of the monastic community. So that's kind of the overview of Jivaka. And so as we put this all together and we think what is the model being promoted here, actually this line about treating the body versus treating the mind, it's really quite amazing. And you find similar distinctions in European traditions about physicians treating the body and philosophers treating the soul. And so this distinction is not unique to South Asia. And in terms of thinking about the relationship between, we could say, religion and medicine. Oh my goodness, okay. I'll have to go faster. That was just all my prelude to Yutok. There are some very interesting overlaps there. Okay, I'm going to skip this and just get to Yutok. This is the source that Yanga has studied in great depth. Right before he passed away, he published a Tibetan language study and transcription of this text, and so it's really quite a valuable study from 2022. And it's called The Sealed Biography. So this is Yutok the Elder. I won't get into the distinction between Yutok the Elder and Younger, but the bottom line, and Yanga has argued this very well, this is a legend. This is a 17th century text, maybe had a few generations of development leading up to that, but it gets published in the 17th century. So this is quite late, right? Many thousands of years after the life of Jivaka, even more than 1,000 years after the life of Jivaka was translated into Tibetan, so quite late. And so we have a lot of time to think about the life of Jivaka and perhaps connect it to Tibetan narratives. When Yutok was born, his mother had a dream that a man in a white robe inserted medical text into her belly And then that person turned to her name is Gyasa Chugidrime, and she said, in your belly is the Buddha, king of physicians, is Jivaka, and also is Manjushri. And so already, even in utero, he's being recognized as Jivaka, as the Buddha as well. And I found this very interesting photo of being the Buddha here. Trisong Detsen says the same thing to him, establishes him as a royal physician of sorts, and he also lives a life in some ways parallel to that of Jivaka, healing people using clever means and amassing wealth. But unlike Jivaka, who ultimately donated his wealth to the monastic community, Yutok donated his wealth to his parents. There's a tale of going to India. He went to India many times. He goes to a Pure Land. He meets the Buddha, master of medicine. He meets Jivaka, who is also him, which is also very confusing, but at the end of the day, it's all somewhat illusory. He also meets his ancestors, Yutok Kyumbo Dorje and Yutok Drije Gyagar Badra, and they all speak to him and confirm his status as this great healer, someone who will travel to India and then will bring those teachings for the benefit of all sentient beings, particularly those in Tibet. And so here we have a line from Jivaka who is encouraging him and in a way predicting for him, right, the importance of prophecy in Buddhist narrative literature, prophesizing that he will travel from India back to Tibet and bring the teachings with him. Was he a monk? Was he a layperson? The text is somewhat ambiguous. He eventually gets married, though, and there's sort of this side where it says, actually, he was a monk, but now he's not a monk anymore. So he gets married. He addresses his children. He has 3 children. When he's dying, he talks about the realities of disease, of death. He talks about compassionate healing and to give up avarice and to not be concerned about offerings of food and wealth and this sort of thing. And so by way of conclusion, we can just see that these are distinct narratives, of course. We might think of one as a more, we could say, early Buddhist or even Hinayana model, whereas the latter is a more Bodhisattva or even Tantric model. And one way of thinking about this is through the relationship with the 3 jewels, right? Whereas Jivaka was subordinate to the Buddha, his teachings were outside of the Buddhist canon, and he was outside of the monastic community. Yutok was the Buddha. He was the scriptures as they were inserted into his mother's belly when he was in the uterus. And he was the community together with his ancestors and his children. So I'll leave it at that, and thank you all for your attention.
Thank you, Professor McGratch. Our next speaker will challenge the idea of mindful America.
Hello, everybody. I would like to echo all of the gratitude that's been expressed here by previous speakers to all of the Tsuji folks who are here, to all of the organizers. My relationship with Tsuji goes back to 2008 when I was living in Taiwan, and I first visited the Hualien hospital as a young scholar who was interested in Buddhism and medicine, relationship between Buddhism and medicine. So I was still working on my dissertation at that time. And I've had an ongoing relationship with Tsuji since then. I've visited their centers in Los Angeles and Philadelphia and had many Zoom conversations with Tsuji over the years. And I always mention Tsuji in every presentation that I've ever given on the global history of Buddhism and medicine, because I really think that it stands out as the preeminent example of charitable activities in healthcare in the spirit of a Bodhisattva mission. I feel like it's really the paradigmatic example in the world today. So it's a great honor and privilege to be here, to be able to say anything about Buddhism and medicine at the invitation of Tsuji. So I was invited to talk about Buddhism and healthcare, medicine, healing in the United States. So I was primarily a scholar of the history of Buddhist medicine in China. Since 2022, actually a couple years before that, I've been pivoting towards more and more global, more and more expansive stories about Buddhism and medicine around the world. I've done a lot of ethnography and other kinds of topics. I consider myself now to be a scholar of Buddhist medicine, which just means I'm interested in the relationship between Buddhism and medicine, whatever it looks like in whatever time and place. And I've been organizing a lot of projects around that over the last 10 years. So what I'm going to be talking about today, you could take a screenshot because it's going to be really quick, but these are the 5 citations to recent things that I have published or been involved in working with related to Buddhism and healthcare in the US over the last 6 years. So I'm going to be kind of giving a synthesis of this material, just talking generally about Buddhism and healthcare in the US, sort of my vision of that. I do have to say it's a topic that has not been very widely studied, so I don't think there's a lot more out there other than those. So if you want to take a snooze after lunch and just hear what I'm going to be talking about in one 30-second slide, I'm going to basically argue that Buddhists in the United States have been involved in all kinds of different health and health-seeking practices, not just meditation. So if you know anything about American Buddhism, you know that this is widely equated with meditation. So I'm interested in things beyond meditation. Putting it another way, I'm going to argue that Buddhism is a factor in the healthcare landscape in the United States. I'm also going to argue that, and this is more of a point for my scholarly friends in the audience, we've tried to understand Buddhism in America through various different models, and one of the most common models is to really distinguish between 2 Buddhisms. There's the Asian Buddhism, and then there's the white Buddhism. And a lot of my work is pushing back against that characterization and really showing that demography is a lot less important than other factors. And then finally, my main takeaway is going to just be to ask other people, maybe not the people in this room, but maybe there are some, to please take up some of these topics and explore this particular area of research in more detail. So one of the things I'm going to talk about, one of the things that I've been involved in is the Jivaka project, which is a collaboration with a filmmaker, Lan Li. She's now at Johns Hopkins University, and also my students. My students come from the Philadelphia area, have a lot of language skills. A lot of them come from Asian American communities in Philadelphia, and we were doing ethnography in those communities. Philadelphia, in case you're not familiar with the city, has about half a million Asian people according to the 2020 census. We identified 45 different Buddhist institutions in the area and did extensive multi-stage interviewing as well as filming. Really what we were interested primarily in doing is examining the intersections between healthcare, Buddhism, and also the immigrant community in Philadelphia as sort of an example of a multi-ethnic American city. It's a gateway immigration city. And we were really interested in finding out from the bottom up, what does it look like for immigrant communities, Asian American communities in Philadelphia? What is their experience, daily experience of Buddhism, the connections between Buddhism and medicine? So just, some of the findings to say what we found in a short and easy to digest way. We constantly were finding the global and the local. We were looking in Philadelphia and finding networks and connections all over the world, particularly to Asia. We were finding objects moving back and forth, herbs being brought from Korea, seeds being brought from Thailand and planted in, and all kinds of different practices and ideas and networks. And so I really started thinking about Philadelphia. And I think probably other American cities too. Certainly New York, certainly Los Angeles, probably Boston are nodes in what I think of as a Buddhist medical world. I also was really particularly interested in how these Buddhist institutions, these are temples, organizations, service centers like the Tsuji Center that you see the picture of here, how they were actively filling gaps in the American healthcare system. I don't think I need to make an argument here that the American medical system, healthcare system has major gaps, especially if you're a newly arrived immigrant who doesn't speak English, and navigating that whole terrain is quite difficult. And we really saw how these institutions are playing a major role in helping to connect people with healthcare services and healthcare institutions. Oh, sorry, I'm going the wrong direction. I really want to underscore, I mean, probably I don't even need to say this in this room, but just underscore how Tsuji is a great example of these things that I'm talking about right here. Obviously an international network, obviously connected with Taiwan and with other nodes all over the world, obviously filling gaps in the American healthcare system. And then the other piece that we were really looking at is the importance of how local resources and the demographics of the neighborhoods and all of the cultural and social capital and all of the other ways that the local context really matters. And that's something else that Tsuji, I think, has done really well. Wherever it goes, it's mobilizing the local resources in order to navigate local cultural and social and political and economic landscape. So I wonder if I have time to play this. I probably don't. So I would invite you to take a look at buddhistmedicine.net/Philly. I have 6 different documentary films. They're each like 4 or 5 minutes long. This one in particular is okay, sorry, I can't control the volume there. I was going to talk while it was showing. That one in particular is focusing on how the Tsuji Services Center is connecting both people who live in Philadelphia that speak Chinese, but also visitors that speak Chinese, connecting them with healthcare resources. So it's a little 2-minute clip from the Tsuji Center there that I'll let you listen to, since I'm afraid of that bell ringing. So I'm gonna move to another example, which is a Buddhism and Health survey. So this survey, if you're interested in the demographics, you can take a picture there. This survey included, it oversampled Asian Americans, but it also included many non-Asian Americans as well. And this survey, I did recruitment both via social media networks and then also on the ground in various Asian American temples around Philadelphia. So in the end, I got 141 demographically diverse respondents who both identified as Buddhist and also lived in the United States, widespread around the US. And we asked them some basic questions about the relationship between Buddhism and medicine. And so we found that 89% of these people surveyed said that they thought that Buddhism had strong links with physical and mental health benefits. And the top practice that they reported was predictably meditation, by which they meant a whole lot of different things, not just mindfulness, but also all kinds of visualizations and all kinds of different practices, culture and sectarian specific practices. But they also reported on all kinds of different social activities, all kinds of different ritual activities, and specific health-related events that their temples and organizations were doing. Many of these temples that are located in immigrant communities are actually holding health fairs. They're holding blood pressure clinics. They're holding nutrition information, vaccine drives, all kinds of events like that, specifically related to health. And here, it was interesting that we found no strong correlation between the demographic factors, really no very clear and obvious distinctions in between the kinds of activities or opinions that people had about Buddhism and healthcare. It didn't really correlate with, white Buddhists think this, Asian Buddhists think that, or Mahayana Buddhists think this, and Theravada Buddhists think that, or any of the other demographic features that are on the slide here. So another study that I did was interviews with Buddhist healers, and here I went all around the US and interviewed 36 different Buddhist healers in different parts of the United States. really extensive interviews, 300,000 words of transcripts. This was before, I collected this before AI. Now I'm thinking about feeding those transcripts into AI. I have to navigate whether or not that can be done ethically with the IRB and so forth, but I think maybe there could be some interesting takeaways that I haven't noticed as a human intelligence, but what I did notice as a human intelligence looking at this material, there were some minor demographic and sectarian patterns, unlike the previous survey, but that these were secondary findings to the major finding. And what I really realized as I was listening to these interviews, reading these interviews back, was that Buddhist healers across America really, I think, can be thought of as falling into 4 distinct kind of positionalities. I'm really quickly going to just blast through those. So, when we think about what Buddhist healers are doing in the United States, there are those who are incorporating Buddhism into mainstream healthcare. So these are people working as chaplains, medical volunteers. Suji would be an example of this. Here they are really emphasizing in their interviews the importance of Buddhist values, such as equanimity, generosity, and forbearance, while downplaying elaborate preparations and trainings and ritual complexity. And really a theme we kept hearing over and over again was about the importance of just being present for the sick. Second positionality are those practitioners of acupuncture, yoga therapy, Thai massage, other kinds of Asian medicine, Tibetan medicine, Japanese medicine, etc. And these folks tended to integrate the Buddhist practice into their clinical practice. So instead of downplaying the Buddhist practices, they're sort of highlighting them. And this group really emphasized traditional methods of training, talking about really the ancient texts and how important it was to study in the original language, and a concern with authenticity of the lineage and so forth. And the third group, these are Dharma teachers who primarily are working in meditation centers or temples, teaching the Dharma, not necessarily as medical professionals, but they are optimizing, they're thinking about Dharma teaching as something that is good for one's health. And so they are emphasizing the health benefits of serious practice of the Dharma. So they teach their students certain kinds of ritual practices, certain kinds of meditations, other kinds of things that are addressing well-being at the individual level and also the collective level. And then finally, there were 4 people in the sample that I called eclectic, and these are people who are mixing religion, spirituality, healing, their own personal blends of Buddhism, New Age practices, Western esotericism, Chinese religion, all sorts of different stuff. And this group emphasized their spiritual attainments, their magical powers, and their individual gifts as healers. So this group, tended to use an eclectic range of different practices, and some of them had a sort of a marginal relationship with Buddhism. They wouldn't say they were Buddhist, but they were practicing Buddhism, and so there was a lot of definitional questions there. So I'm trying to give you a sense here of the diversity of different ways that American Buddhists are involved with healing. That it's not just one size fits all. That it's not just we can say Chinese Buddhists do this and Thai Buddhists do that. But there's a whole interesting field of inquiry here that's complex, that has a lot of different ways of approaching it. So I want to leave you with a couple of thoughts just about this group of American Buddhists. They're diverse demographically, but there are some kind of commonalities that I just wanted to mention. So the first one, obviously, they think about the range of what Buddhism has to offer as much more than just meditation. But they always seem to be participating in these global Buddhist networks, health, healing ideas, institutions, practices. But at the same time, they're constantly impacted and constrained and bolstered by whatever's happening locally. One of my takeaway points, I think, is that Buddhists are strategic in their engagements with Buddhist healthcare, and that understanding those strategies and how those strategies are being employed is something that's of interest. And so, just on that note, on the interest on the note of the interest of this population, I would just invite more study. So thank you very much.
I think that most people know about that birds is the only local species in the Pure Land. And Professor Yang will introduce us a very special bird. It's the tallest of flying birds. Its height could be up to 5 feet and 11 inches. I'm only 5, much taller than I. Okay, Professor Yang.
Let's see. 首先非常感谢慈济功德会，非常高兴今天跟大家聚在一起，有中国来的学者，还有台湾，还有美国，还有其他国家。So I'm very grateful to be invited to this wonderful occasion where we have scholars from China and Taiwan and USA, of course, as well as other countries. So I also want to thank Tzu Chi Merit Foundation for bringing me to Lumbini, Nepal. This is my first non-China fieldwork. And the reason why I was in Lumbini is because Tzu Chi opened up a new branch, and I wanted to study Tzu Chi recycling. But when I got there in 24, they had not really gotten started, so my attention also, was distracted by these gigantic birds. So I went back a second year or two and got into studying them. So chasing the Sarus cranes is not that I wanted to scare them, but the motorcycle was the best means. I would ride on the back with a friend, and it seemed to be always chasing them, but basically you have to just get as near as you can, because the motorcycle makes noise, so it will scare them off. So then you tiptoe the rest of the way as close as you can get, and then you just sit there and watch what they do. And sometimes I would go by myself on foot. So I want to start with a series of multi-species studies because this is what I am working on. As you know, this is an interesting place because Lumbini, Nepal, as many of you know, is the birthplace of Gautama Buddha. But I begin with a more theoretical discussion because in the history of Western knowledge, what really two Western scholars, Bruno Latour and Philippe de Colas, basically French, which I like, they have brought to us to our attention that the nature-culture opposition is a very important opposition that was introduced and that really had a major role in inaugurating modernity, which is now totally global. So, and then Marilyn Strathern did a fieldwork in New Guinea highlands, and so you can see how, I don't have time to get into this philosophical discussion, but you can see how making this opposition, which separates humans from other living things or the landscape, rocks and mountains and rivers, makes it possible to do all the things, both wonderful as well as horrifying, that we have done to those things that are non-nature, as well as to ourselves too. But what multi-species studies, which has been going on for a few decades now, is to seek to bridge this nature-culture split and show the interaction and interdependence of species. And then an idea that I will bring up is symbiosis or symbiogenesis, which was discussed to a certain great extent by Lynn Margulis, who's an evolutionary biologist and co-author of Gaia theory, which I'm very keen on. Gaia theory came out of the natural sciences. It's about planet Earth, but it's not accepted by most natural scientists. But basically, it's saying that our planet is special and unique. So far, we have not found life in any other planet. There's no planet B once we destroy this planet. And what Gaia theory says is what makes life sustainable, what creates the conditions for life on this planet is life itself. That life together has a collective, quote-unquote, intelligence that can ameliorate for certain things in the environment to maintain good conditions for sustaining life. Okay, so Donna Haraway took up this notion and developed it in her very influential book, which came out in 2016. I want to say that my own field is cultural anthropology, and I remember as an undergraduate student at Berkeley that we spent a lot of time in the biological anthropology class distinguishing humans from other species, especially primate. And so we had to do that. This was part of our education to separate us. So humans are tool users. Humans have language which has to be learned. Animals don't have those things. Animals don't have emotions and feel pain, and then what anthropology also did was to separate the notion of culture from the supernatural. And so we're talking about religion today. So I want to collapse all these things back together. Actor network theory. Okay, I'm getting too far into this. So basically, Bruno Latour with actor network theory is trying to bring living and non-living entities, human and non-human, to say that all of them are actors, whether you're living or non-living, human or non-human. So even a rock is an actant, he called it. So long as you are exerting agent, you are affecting social behavior, you're part of society, okay, even though you're not human. Okay, so we have, in the human history, we have so many non-human, non-living things that is exerting influence in our societies. And you'll be seeing that. So if you think about totemism, totems like the United States as a modern nation, what is our big symbol? The bald eagle. That is a totem. Totemic identity, it's a non-human thing that is tied up with our identity, and so it should be part of our society. Okay, so Nepal, Lumbini is right down here at the bottom, and Kathmandu is where most people go, but Lumbini is right on the border. It's very hot down at the southern strip of Nepal, and these birds are the tallest flying birds. They're an endangered species, and in 2010, there was a study that counted only 300 individuals in Nepal. Fortunately, a more systematic scientific study was, a census was done in 23, and they counted 690. So what's interesting about the counting is that they counted all across Nepal, and they found that 94% of these birds have chosen, and I use that purposefully, have chosen to live in the Lumbini area. Okay, in the 19th century, there were reports that they ranged all across southern Nepal. The southern strip of Nepal from east to west is called the Terai area. It's very hot. It has a dry season, a monsoon season. And these birds choose to live around the Lumbini area, as well as Kapilavastu, which is where Buddha's palace, father's palace was. So my key question that I ask is, why do 94% of the Sarus cranes choose to live in the Lumbini area amid so many humans, their infrastructures, their noise? Why don't they choose to live in the two national parks on either side, the Chitwan and the Bardia National Parks, where you have anti-poaching police and military units protecting wildlife, where there's very few humans? And here I also want to try to imagine myself as a Sarus crane, because the Deleuze and Guattari, two French philosophers who I also like, asked the question about becoming animal, okay? So we've been taught, don't anthropomorphize. So if we don't anthropomorphize, is that creating this nature-culture gap, okay? And another anthropologist talked about, studying Amazonian indigenous, he talked about perspectivism. He found that indigenous people living in the Amazon had the ability to imagine what other animals see when they are looking at us humans, okay? So I try to, in order to think about answering this question, why do they choose Lumbini? I tried to put myself in the Sarus crane's position. I hope I don't impose, but basically I figured that the actants that Sarus cranes would be concerned about would be the water, climate, food, and landscape, economic development of humans, which is increasing. This is a really rural area, very poor. Most of the people are farmers, wet rice farmers, as wheat farmers. And of course, they're concerned about predators, both animal and human. And they also interact with the bulk of ordinary humans who subscribe to what I call a Buddho-Hindu culture. It's a mixed kind of culture, religious culture. So primary for them is the wetlands of natural wetlands like rivers and lakes and ponds, but also they really like to hang out in rice paddies. And here's a nest. So here they are. Flying, and I don't have time to get into the weather here, but locals have noticed climate change just in their daily experiences. And so the highest was 118 Fahrenheit for Americans, 48 centigrade. And here they like the open spaces near riverbeds. This is where they settle down for the night in collectivities. They lay 1 or 2 eggs at a time. Food sources from usually tied up with water, but you see little fish and grains and insects and rats. But you see, this is who grew that? Humans, right? They're eating human food. They're eating the grains that the humans have produced. And I talked to a farmer and he said, oh yeah, they like to steal my sweet potatoes. But he says, I don't mind. It's okay. I can share it with them because they bring blessings. So they're regarded as good fortune animals. And so there's a very, basically in my interviews, people had a very positive feeling towards them. They're also loyal as partners. They mate for life. And if one dies, the other one will mourn and will die within a year. Okay, predators, humans, as well as pythons, as well as wandering dogs, as well as human electricity cables that are not covered over. Nepal is a poor country, and so they haven't gotten around to covering all, they'd only, rural areas only got electricity in the 70s. And now increasing threat are chemical fertilizers and pesticides, which kill off some of their food sources, those little mice and lizards and fish. So they had to steal from humans more. And also creeping industrialization. And ironically, also the Lumbini Development Trust, which is a central government-funded pilgrimage/tourism kind of where Buddhist nations of the world come and build a temple in the architecture of their countries, and they have monastics living in many of them, but it's a kind of artificial kind of park. But this building this disrupted the natural environment. And I have not seen any birds, any cranes in living inside. Okay, so this gets to the crux of my piece. So I was doing field work, and see here I'm with Tzu Ji, is doing wonderful work, helping the farmers in mainly two areas that they're especially focusing on, and one is poverty relief, and the other is education for the young. Okay, so they just built a school there, and this is the way that local people live. So a lot of them don't make enough, so they have to become migrant laborers in the Middle East and Southeast Asia, where they're really physically exploited quite a lot. So I'm doing some interviews, and they raise goats. Okay, so this is the birthplace of Gautama Buddha, and it's said that the local people had forgotten that, Buddha was here until they discovered the Ashoka pillar at the last 2 years of the 19th century. Okay, so archaeologists dug this thing up, but I think that Buddhism is very deep in the local culture. Even if they haven't read the Buddhist scriptures, ordinary people, they have a Buddhist kind of Hindu culture. So one school teacher remembered that 20 years ago, when he was only 8 years old, his whole village was really upset because one of their villagers had killed a Sarus crane. And the adults all went to his house and beat him up. And the children cursed him. Okay, and they said this was a crime. He shouldn't have done that. They say that Muslims are Muslim villages, because the Muslims kill animals for meat in the villages, whereas Hindu villages will not kill. Even if they do eat meat, they buy the meat that somebody else has killed. So the birds, the Sarus cranes, avoid Muslim villages because they don't like the smell of blood. So the humans and Sarus cranes kind of look out for each other. So when it's nesting season, humans who have a family of Sarus cranes near them will look out for them. If there's any sound at night, they'll rush out to protect the egg, because people creep up from this very porous border with India, and in India people are poorer, so they may sneak in, or sometimes they have organized beggars sneak in and steal the eggs. Of course, their own also sometimes steal the eggs. And then also, if the birds are very sensitive to sound, they live in water, water carries sound very well. So if they hear intruders, they will make a ruckus in the middle of the night and warn the humans. So they're looking out for each other. So everywhere I heard this story being told, and it's the story of the contest over who owns the bird. Okay, so locals tell me this is not swan, this is a Sarus crane. The story goes that Buddha was, as a child, he was playing in the sacred grove. And suddenly a flock of Sarus cranes flew by, and one was shot by an arrow. And Buddha rushed over there to save that crane, and he nursed the crane back to health. Devadatta, his cousin, sent a messenger over and saying, "Give me back my Sarus crane. That's mine. I shot him down. Why are you keeping him?" And Buddha said, "No, I've sworn to protect all sentient beings who need my help. If this crane were dead, I would give him back, but I'm going to keep on protecting him." And so the matter was referred to the Council of Elders, who decided Buddha should keep the crane because he saved and nurtured the crane to health, and not the one who tried to kill him. So this story is told, even people in Kathmandu have heard this story. And what I discovered was that this is from the original Sanskrit sutra called Abhinishkramana, written in the 1st century BCE, translated into Chinese in the 6th century. And this is the only extant version of this sutra in Chinese, because the Sanskrit version has been lost. So it tells the story pretty much exactly as the oral versions that I collected in the countryside, and but the oral storytellers didn't know that it came from this Buddhist sutra. So, the ordinary people, the common people, really retain this kind of ancient memories very well. Then I have another section that talks about how the foreign monastics in this kind of artificial government kind of created Buddhist pilgrimage / tourist park, the foreign monastics also have exerted influence. This is a Vietnamese Buddhist monk who came to this area in the 1970s. And he, one day, this Sarus crane walked into his hut, and he said, "It all started here." So he's got this gigantic painting on his wall, and he decided to stay here because at that time there were a few more locals who were eating the Sarus cranes. He said that these are such beautiful birds, he needed to help protect them. And so here you have semi-domesticated Sarus cranes who live on the temple grounds of the Vietnamese monastery. And he's built this nice viewing platform where people can just look at these semi-domesticated cranes. They come in and go as they please. But recently, their egg was stolen by a python that came in. And this is a Japanese peace pagoda. And behind that is an artificially built Sarus crane sanctuary. But it doesn't seem to have worked. It's not that attractive to the cranes. Also, I just want to talk about how in the Hindu tradition, you also have Sarus cranes figure very prominently in the Ramayana. Valmiki is an ancient poet who is credited with writing the Ramayana story. And at the beginning, he talks about how the idea for the rhythm and timbre of the Ramayana came from the agonized cries of the female Sarus crane. They were in the act of making love when Valmiki was bathing in a river, and then a hunter shot down the male as they were making love. And the male fell and was all bloodied, and the female was in agonized crying. And Valmiki was so upset that in an impassioned utterance, he cursed the hunter. And then that the crying of the female gave him the inspiration for writing the Ramayana. So this is the new translation by a Sanskrit scholar, Julia Leslie, of this passage in the Ramayana. I don't have time to read it out, but basically she did a lot of research in textual research of various different editions of the Ramayana, as well as ornithological research, and she establishes that Valmiki was talking about the Sarus crane. And here you have a 16th century painting that shows, without a doubt, at that time they identified the bird being shot down, the couple, as a Sarus crane. You see the red head and the gray and white bodies. So again, you see the Hindu tradition as well as the Buddhist traditions have figured and symbolized the bird as very important in propounding their religious messages. Also, we have the notion of ahimsa, nonviolence, in both the Buddhist, the Hindu, as well as the Jain traditions of not killing, which also leads to heavy-duty vegetarianism in these three traditions. Okay, so I don't have time to talk about local environmental NGOs who are also religiously inspired. But I want to end with the fact that the Sarus cranes have now become totems of Lumbini municipality. They share space with Lord Buddha, but now the Lumbini municipality constructs their sociality and their sense of community with these birds as well as with Lord Buddha. So in summary, the answer, I will use a local person's words to answer the key question. Why do Sarus cranes choose Lumbini to live? And he said, we have many rivers and ponds here, and the birds love the water. But the most important of all is that the local people treat them like gods and goddesses. So, in conclusion, what I wanted to say here is that the Sarus cranes choose the Lumbini area not just due to the geo-environmental features. This is what ecologists pay attention to, because we've had this modernity split between the natural sciences and the human sciences and religion. And multi-species studies tries to cross this natural and human sciences and rejects this nature-culture opposition, okay? So I'm saying that the birds like this area because it's also the religio-cultural landscape of the local people and their religio-environmental ethics. Actor network theory traces a network of actants that includes humans, animals, gods and ancestors, natural landscape formations, and human technologies and things. The Sarus crane was recently selected as the mascot of Lumbini municipality, and it shows how local identity is entangled with non-human species, birds as well as the Buddha. And Sarus cranes join a long line in human history of animal totems, mountain gods, river goddesses, as non-human actors in social formations. And so multi-species studies adds a new ingredient to the Durkheimian theory of religious social solidarity, that human actors, or non-human actors, also have agency. Okay, I don't have time, so
thank you.
Thank you very much.
Now our last speakers, Professor DeVito, will discuss issue on animals too.
All right. I'm cutting into everyone's tea time, though. Let's see. Well, thank you, Dr. Ho, for inviting me to participate in this symposium. And thank you to Director Eugene Wong and his great team, as well as Shui and her great team, and all the organizers and all the city volunteers. Thank you very much. Shingamen. So this is a new paper. This is ongoing research. It's part of my new project on animals and Renjian Fojiao, Buddhism for the Human Realm, which was this was developed in the early 20th century in China. And last November, I published the first part of this work. If you see the journal Global Buddhism, I looked on vegetarianism in Siji and also its efforts during COVID. And so you can, it's Shizhengyan Dazai Jiaoyu. So if you're interested, you can take a look at that Journal of Global Buddhism. And I've realized that there's scholarship on animals in early Buddhism in India, Buddhism in medieval and late imperial China, Buddhism in Japan and in Tibet, but less so on contemporary Buddhism in China or Taiwan. I mean, of course, we have studies about vegetarianism and release of animals, whether that's good or not, and also animal rights activism, but not that much work done on the kind of work that Professor Galso is doing and Professor Yang, that kind of research. So, and why? I think it's related to certain tendencies in modern Chinese Buddhism, especially the focus on the Ren, the humans in Renjian Fojiao. Now, this year, actually, as we know, it's the 60th anniversary of Ciji, but also the 100th anniversary of Master Taishu's article on the establishment of the Pure Land in the human realm. So I think go on CBeta right now and look it up. And fascinating blueprint. That's his blueprint to realize the Pure Land, with lots of talk about Maitreya, our friend Maitreya. So. And I think it's already been 100 years, so it's really time for us to take a better, closer look at animals. What are they doing in this pure land on Earth? Where are they? And let's get back to the question that Professor Shao asked this morning. What does all sentient beings are equal mean? All sentient beings are equal. Of the 6 realms, all sentient beings are equal, right? But what does that really mean? And how, does this mean the same thing as modern rights theory? It's no, right? I mean, or yes and no. So I think this is a big question that this conference can take a look at. We have the very famous answer by Feng Zikai, my great friend Feng Zikai. So he's amazing. He takes a Song Dynasty poem, he mixes it with Turgenev, and then he puts ping dung. And I explain this picture. If you look at my Journal of Global Buddhism article, I deconstruct this whole picture because there's so much going on there. Equality, and is it the same thing as what the Song Dynasty was talking about? And is it the same thing as the Russian Turgenev was talking about? No. But that's what we usually think of. All sentient beings are equal. The flesh of my body is no different from that of other living beings. Though our names differ, our substance is the same. So this is often quoted. And I noticed that in this symposium we only have 2 papers on animals, so I hope in the future we can have more about Buddhism and animals. It's the realm that's closest to people. There's 6 realms, and the humans and the animals live together. I think we should also bring back the hungry ghosts. Why not? The preta, right? Now, this is my latest research, the concept of animals repaying debts of gratitude in Siji teachings. I don't have time today, but the first section would be filial piety in Chinese Buddhist ethics, which we're all familiar with. The second section is the concept of animals repaying debts of gratitude in certain late imperial and early Republican China texts. So we have we have Pu Sengling, we have Li Lian Shi Zhu Hong, and they're all talking more or less about Dongwu Baoen. And then we have Feng Zekai, of course, his 6 volumes, and Hu Sheng Hua Ji. He talks about Dongwu Baoen a lot, animals repaying debts of gratitude. And then the third section is Master Zheng Yan's, her speeches and writings and other Tzu works on animals repaying debts of gratitude. And the question becomes, to paraphrase Professor Verchery, what or whom do Tzu members see when they see animals? Because you have pets, and those are really ka'ai, right? You have oxen, but what about rats and mosquitoes? Are you going to love them and embrace them? I don't know. So this is what I'm going to do. This is what I'm going to do in the future very soon. Surveys as Tzu volunteers, teachers. What do you see when you see animals? Like, are they all so cute? We're not so sure. And I think basically Renjian Fojiao needs updating to meet all the post-humanistic discussions in the 21st century. I think it's time to update Renjian Fojiao, if I may say so. Now, I won't get too much into this. We know whether in ancient India or China, filial piety is well entrenched in Chinese Buddhist ethics. So I'm not going to get into that right now. And there's the sutra on the difficulty of repaying the great kindness of parents. And Zheng Yan has written about this, Professor Master Zheng Yan. There's also a beautiful musical sign language drama that Tzu does. It's very moving. The Tzu is really great on sign language and also musical theater. They create their own music, and it's just beautiful. I think there hasn't been a great study about all their dramatic presentations. But not only for people repaying the debts to your parents, but there's also animals repaying debts of gratitude. And this is a really old idea from the ancient Jivaka tales, right? But we see it in Chinese Buddhism. It's developed a lot in Chinese Buddhism. In Buddhism, there is the concept of animals repaying debts of gratitude. And we see, what does that mean? Because karma, intentional actions create debts or merits across lifetimes. Not just this life, but we owe people debts across lifetimes. And our relationship with animals, no less so. We see a lot of Baoan in Jivaka tales. There's a very famous one, the great monkey. Well, there's 2 great monkey Jivaka tales, but one of them is, which I'll refer to again in a minute. A farmer, sometimes they say he's a Brahmin, he became trapped. He lost his ox, and he became trapped in the mountains for many days. He was rescued by a great monkey, a Mahakapi. The monkey carried him to safety, guided him out of the forest. But despite the monkey's kindness, the man tried to kill the monkey and eat it because he was starving. And the monkey forgave him, but the man, he suffered consequences. He got leprosy, Ma Feng Bing, he got leprosy, and later he went to hell. So, don't kill the monkey that's saving you. So that's just one of them. There's so many of these stories, and I just love Feng Zekai. There's a Qing story about a man who saves a dying dog in the street, brings him home. And then late one night, the dog wakes him up, saves him from a fire. So I do good to you, and you will do good. You'll be saved. So there's tons of these stories from China, tons and tons. So the Ming Qing, and that's what I'm doing right now, looking through the Ming Qing and early Republican literature. And in different works and in different proportions of focus, they either focus more on the Confucian side of it, like Pu Sengling, right? Or they talk more about the Buddhist side. All sentient beings have a Buddha nature. The protection of life ethics links up with the laws of karma. Animals have a range of emotions. They cry, they love, and are capable of empathy, and also they also suffer. So the Buddhists knew the animals suffered a long time ago. And for example, there's a Xu Qian. If a cow can be filial and a dog can be loyal, how can we, who call ourselves superior, justify slaughtering them? So that's very typical Chinese Hu Sheng things. But you know, we look at this, and in a lot of this Chinese literature, the animals repay debts of gratitude. It's still human-centered because even when animals are portrayed with great sympathy, their equality is earned by adopting human traits. They show filial piety and loyalty and all these great Confucian things. So that's why they're, you know, so it's still pretty human-centered. And reciprocity, not equality. I know this is really complicated. Where is Professor Shao? Is he still? Yeah. So it's like, hello. It's like really. So many stories focus on ethical reciprocity, but does that mean the same as ontological equality? Probably not. So I'm running out of time. But Master Zheng Yan has speeches and writings, media, videos about animals repaying debts of gratitude, which I'm going through. You know, she talks a lot. Pay gratitude, be gracious, or pay gratitude to the Buddhist teachings, to parents, to all sentient beings. So there's a lot. They do this kneeling lamb sign language version. It's very much, you know, the lamb kneels to the mother, and the mother gives him unconditional love, him or her, and then so the lamb kneels like a shout, So this is an old Chinese story. There's many other. There's a musical for kids, Saving the Human Realm, but this is more like a modernist version. So we have the parable of the burning house from the Lotus Sutra, and they turn that monkey, the great monkey. Now they kind of changed the name to the compassionate monkey rather than the Maha Gopi. The monkey is joined by an orangutan, sort of like an orangutan who urges humans to protect the environment, be vegetarian, and save the earth. So there's a modern twist. And inside they say animals are often more aware of environmental destruction than humans are. So this is very, very interesting. But this is for children, so they don't talk about leprosy and hell. Okay, so there's no karmic, just be not, you know, you should be nice, you shouldn't attack the monkey. There's a lot of other animal symbolism, which I wrote. Oxen is very important. Taiwan used to be a, you know, agricultural past. The nuns at the abode used to farm with oxen in the very beginning. The white ox is a metaphor for Tzu volunteers themselves, the burning house, and so on. So there's also, I don't have time to show you this, but remember, well, how can we forget the 2004 Indian Ocean tsunami? And there was a story about a girl who was from England. She was saved by an elephant. The elephant brought her away from the waves, right? So the master tells a story, and she says, you know, she really believes that the elephants can sense danger before it happens, and they have a certain intelligence, they're very smart. They know nature better than we do. This is not filial things, but it's all sentient beings have Buddha nature. And of course, there's a lot of these things. Yes, Hu Sheng, empathy. So this is very typical Chinese Hu Sheng things. But this is very interesting. Animals have their own world. We should not invade. We should not. What is that? We should not intrude upon it. Look at that. Animals 动物有自己的生活世界. So respect them, sort of like so at the same time, there's empathy, we're all happy together, but they also have their own world. So this is, I think, I have to examine this more. And also collective karma is never far away, so it's, you know, you have to don't kill animals. If you kill animals, it's the collective karma of society, and we'll have to pay for it. Because interaction with animals is not all warm and fuzzy. I explained this in my article in the Journal of Global Buddhism. This is collective karma was one reason that we had the Sarus and the COVID pandemic, because too much violence against animals. And those are ancient Chinese ideas. The pandemic has turned the world upside down. The animals who are eaten are resentful and harbor grievances. If you're not happy, if you insist on eating meat, the animals will get angry and pei fan pu. they will, what is it called, react. They will seek revenge against society, and which is COVID. So yeah, this is what the master said, and you can. She had a whole year of teachings on this subject. So I think. Okay, so I think this in conclusion, this topic of animals repaying debts of gratitude raises many fundamental questions. I'm sure you're all familiar with Professor Onomo's work. There's 6 realms. Are really, does Buddhism really have a? What about this concept of equality? She quotes from one of the sutras, to be an animal, it's an unfortunate destiny. It's unfortunate. Who wants to be reborn as an animal? Right? I mean, it's, yeah. Oh, she does. Yeah, probably, right? And so it's a mixed bag. She argues that Buddhism emphasizes kinship with animals and empathy, but at the same time, when do you become enlightened? In the human realm, right? Animals perhaps don't have the faculties to become enlightened. So they're equal and not equal. So it's very slippery. There's a complex balance between showing compassion and a recognition of radical difference. Okay, and there's many ways of being with animals. There's on Christmas Island, there's some Buddhists that they recite the Amitabha mantra because they killed the crabs crossing the road, and they're afraid the crabs will seek revenge against them. And this Will Smith, the anthropologist from Australia, he's not talking about Buddhism, but don't think that all people interact with wild animals in a lovey-dovey way. A lot of people are there's respect, there's fear, there's violence, and death. Yes, wrap it up, okay? So that's what I'm saying. The future of Buddhism, dialogue with animal ethicists to compare all sentient beings are equal, with ideas of animals' autonomy and animals' inherent rights. And there's many ways of being with animals, and not all ways seem to accord with Buddhist modernism. So I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Liz. And now, Professor Gato, will you go first? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. I just want to say, first of all, thanks so much for inviting me. I'm really happy about this whole conference. I really, really appreciate the work that the Tsuchi Foundation is doing. I think it's extremely important for the future of Buddhism, the future of our world. I'm really, really grateful to this, and I've learned so much today. And secondly, all 4 of the presentations were music to my ears, basically. So I'll just make a couple of comments. Famous last words. You can start ringing the bell whenever. And I won't listen, but... So first of all, on medicine, I just want to remind everyone that, so I very much appreciate this whole topic, remind us that there is a long tradition of Buddhist monks and Buddhist monasteries taking care of the sick and the dying ever since really the beginning of Buddhism. So it's a very big tradition. Kenneth Zisk has researched it in some detail. I think there's much more to look at. But if you go into even all of the Vinaya texts have sections on medical care, actually. And there's also a sense that even the development of Ayurveda in India was deeply influenced by Buddhists, primarily because Buddhists did not have the same taboo against looking at the body as Brahmins did, and so were more familiar with the inside of the body and had more to contribute. And there's been some speculation that even Charaka and the author of the Sushruta might have been Buddhist. So Buddhism has had a long interest in medicine. I do think that there is an important distinction to be made between, let's say, bodily medicine and mental medicine or spiritual medicine. Not to say that these are bipolar opposites that don't merge, they often do, but I do think that it's really interesting to keep track of that distinction, primarily in light of the issue that has come up several times today, which has to do with, what are the places where Buddhism kind of moves away from its primarily soteriological, focus on enlightenment and really gets into the muck of everyday life, of actual, human considerations quite beyond the issue of getting enlightened per se. And I do think that is important to keep in mind. And there is, I believe, evidence that even early on, not only the kind of medicine that in Perce's presentation, which very much does, and also what Buzzy was telling us this morning about ritual, there's a whole bunch of things to look at in the ways that certain kinds of Buddhist practices, religious practices, and certainly ritual, and of course meditation, not to mention all those social formations that, Perce is really great research and really glad to learn about that, have actual impact on the body in certain kinds of ways, and that's something to look at. But also there may well have been a real knowledge about, simply relieving physical suffering of patients, which is not necessarily leading them to enlightenment or virtue, but just relieving their suffering in a very mundane way. So there's evidence of that early in Buddhism. The quintessential example is Tibet, Tibetan medicine, which I have worked on and wrote a book about. And one of the things that is interesting there is that it really is about physical medicine. And there is Buddhism at the edges of it. And there's a Buddhist window dressing, I would sometimes think, because it was developed in a very Buddhist context. And so I think that in Tibetan medicine, you have an example of people who were totally Buddhist and understood all of the Buddhist limits and parameters, but were trying to actually go out of that soteriological model into the one that actually impacts everyday life of secular people. And they had a hard time doing it because of the context that they were in, but they do it. And they have actually an interesting term. They juxtapose the pure Dharma. I won't tell you the Tibetan term. There's a phrase called pure Dharma versus human Dharma. So they actually invented this term, human Dharma. They're using the Dharma term, but for humans. And that's much more practical, pragmatic. Talk about medical ethics that Bill was mentioning. In that, the ethics of the physician are very professional. It's about the physician has to be aware of the fact that he's making money and he has a profession, and how to sometimes speak with a forked tongue so that different contingencies understand what he's saying differently, so everybody will have a good opinion of him, so that he'll have more patients and make money. So that's still human Dharma. But I think it's a really interesting model where they try to step down the heavy-duty soteriology of Buddhism and extend it and maybe shift it in certain kinds of ways into a much more secular, everyday Buddhism and what Buddhism can offer for that. Just one more thing that Yutok, and who Bill was talking about was the elder Yutok. That's an imagined person. The real Yutok is the younger Yutok. He authored the work. One of the interesting things that he does do is he lines up the three dosas, or the three humors, which is in Ayurvedic medicine, wind, phlegm, and bile. He lines them up with the three kleshas, ignorance, desire, and anger. So that's one of the places where Buddhism is influencing him, and he is seeing the connection between Buddhist issues and the actual physical constitution and the balance of the humors in the body. Yeah, that's my comments on medicine. And now animals, my favorite topic, and this is what I myself am working on. I really learned so much from both of your presentations, which were fantastic. Elise mentioned at the end a very big tension in Buddhism around animals, namely, animals are in a lower realm. Animals cannot attain enlightenment. The fortunate birth is the human realm. So Buddhism participates in human exceptionalism, absolutely, just like Western philosophy in many kinds of ways. And yet, there also is this idea of compassion for all sentient beings. All sentient beings. And it also includes the fact that all sentient beings have the capacity to suffer. And that, of course, has been something that's been debated a lot in the scientific world. A lot of scientists still think that certain lower animals can't suffer. You know, a lot of people who do experimentation on animals and dogs are crying and screaming and they don't suffer, kind of thing. So anyway, this is what my own work is about. First of all, and Shantideva, his great work on compassion, I think is a really, really important resource. The kind of thing that I'm trying to do, that I think both of you are speaking to, is the depth and the possibilities of compassion for suffering, number one. And secondly, the enormous moral atrocity that is happening today on our planet, all over the world, against animals. It's just, nobody talks about it, nobody wants to think about it very much, but, if you think of the way that animals in the agricultural industry are treated in the horrendous, it's just beyond the pale. It's an absolute tragedy. As Buddhists, I feel, and as human beings, we are responsible to change our ways. I loved, and a lot of that has to do with recognizing the value of animals, much more than even Buddhists do. There are lots of stories, and this development in Suchi, I'm really impressed with, and I need to talk with you in more detail, because a lot of the stuff that you're talking about is really, really out there. To respect them, their specific intelligences, even though that's happening in certain Buddhist contexts, and certainly lots of Buddhists were compassionate to animals, it's not necessarily a mainstream Buddhist thing, and that's another place where I'd love to see Buddhists step up to the plate and take that on. Mayfair, I loved your story about Lumbini. I love the fact that you changed your research topic. I love the fact that you talk about that what you mostly did was sit there and watch what they do, which is, I think, what we should all do all the time. And I also love the story about the cry of the crane, like hearing that cry and just being able to read it and its legibility. Okay, just one second. I'm going to do this too. I think it's a really important problem. Amongst many problems is the problem of anthropomorphism. So when we try to identify with, or we try to understand what animals are thinking, we do have a tendency to project upon them, from our human perspective. But I don't think that we're locked into that, and I think that there's ways around it, but it's very, very tricky of how we do it. I do want to say, by the way, loyalty is not only a human thing. So never mind the stories and whatever Buddhists say, just look at the actual evidence in the animal. Animals are extremely loyal. It's a fact. Animals repay kindness amazingly. Animals have an incredible ability to remember kindness, and will lick like every time I feed my cat, he like licks my hand. It's the only time he does it, to say, thank you, Mom. I also want to talk again about eye contact, which you also mentioned. Shantideva actually highlights eye contact. It's one of the beautiful mysteries of the world in terms of when you look into anybody's eyes, human, but you also can do it with animals. It's an amazing, and I don't understand how eye contact works and why it's so powerful. But I do know that when you're looking at me and my eye, and our eyes are, and when you're looking 1 inch away, I know the difference, and something amazing happens, and you can do that with animal. Shantideva talks about that. Last comment, ontological equality. I don't know what that means, but I want to talk about their value. Their values may be actually superior to ours in many kinds of ways that we have yet to conceptualize. And the way that we find it out is by sitting and watching and looking what they do more and more. So anyway, thank you so much. Thanks to everybody for their good work.
Thank you. Now it's the turn of Professor Laveda, please.
Can I go this? Hi all, good afternoon. I want to thank you all for also inviting me here. I love learning about what other people love learning about. So that was really fun to catch glimpses of parts of your life in your talks today and also in your abstracts. And as I was reading those, my journey up here and also listening to you, I've been thinking, and also in relationship to the context of the title of this conference, I've been thinking a lot about frames and frameworks and what's at stake in the frameworks that we use as a kind of thread that I think runs through all of your shares. And I'm thinking also about, I come from kind of movement work in relationship to Buddhist studies and thinking about shifting frames or shifting mindsets as an accelerant and asking in these times of crisis and collapse, like what's at stake and what strategically might we want to think about in terms of the frameworks that we're using and bringing coherence to bear around. Just by a little way of context, several decades ago I was living in South Asia and I was studying the influence of the biomedical system on traditional Tibetan medicine and folks' access to healthcare, in part because I was noticing the ways in which Tibetans were being institutionalized or committed to institutions for displaying features of what was termed in Western biomedical terms psychosis, but in traditional context could be seen as possession or related to other kinds of ailments. And just as a brief intro, what's at stake is folks' access to their own individual and collective care and their own sovereignty in relating. So when I'm thinking of frameworks, I'm not thinking of, I'm a nerd, but not just thinking of like an intellectual exercise, but what's at stake in these times. And you're a sophisticated audience, so we all know that frame, and I know there are a lot of design folks here who might be newer to Buddhist studies, so I think maybe this is also kind of a bridge for us too. But frames and frameworks shape the way we see the world and what we think is possible, also what we maybe think is necessary. And they're tied, as many of you all have talked about, to perspective and positionality. So there's implications also, of course, for ethics and also for power, and thinking about what health and healing means in these times. I wanted to bring forward the work of Eli Clare into this space in relationship to questions of ethics, of care and healing. He is a disability justice writer, advocate, and he has this incredible book called Brilliant Imperfection, in which he's wrestling with the tension between the frames of heal or cure. And he says, he offers this example, like we could probably, most of us look out into the world and think there are things that are not okay that we wish to heal, like we wish to heal cancer. But when we start to get into notions of cure, we also start to set up a normative stance by which we're relating forms or using ideas of what counts as good or what counts as right, or in some cases what counts as human or worthy of being saved, right? And so Eli's work brings in a kind of ethical and normative dimension to how frameworks shape what we think is possible and the sort of ethics behind it. So I'm interested in thinking these times in relation also to the Buddhist tradition. There are diverse Buddhist traditions with diverse frameworks also of liberation. And not to bring in a sectarian frame here, but I'm interested actually in the pluriversality of that tradition and the sort of multiple worlds that are opened up and that are entertained in those traditions. And not in the sense of not in the search for one dharma, but what do the different frames do for us, and how do the differences within those traditions matter? So in the context of this conference on the future of Buddhism and the work in the world in times of collapse, I'm also thinking about our presenters and wondering, and maybe this has come through, like you've all spoken to frameworks about relationality, about kinship, about health and healing, about what counts as Buddhist, about the different positionalities of Buddhism, about secular and profane in different ways. And I'm wondering in these times of collapse, not the first times of collapse, but what framework strategically would you want to put forward in thinking from a sort of perspective of care for all? Not as the one framework, but a framework of like coherence to get folks organizing and moving around. So maybe I'll leave that. I don't know if we have time for questions, but maybe I'll leave that as a question for all of us. So thank you.
Now, each speaker has time to do a brief response to questions.
Wow. I have lots of things to say in response, but maybe I'll start with Dr. Lavelle's question about what to promote and what to put forward. Just very simply, we live in a world of disease and death. I don't need to remind you all of that, but maybe I do. I don't know. It's good to remind ourselves of that at times, and to help heal people and cure these diseases, treat people is maybe another related word too. It's a wonderful thing, and you know, I'm a scholar. I just kind of talk about stuff. We talked about the practitioner-scholar divide. It's wonderful to be around people who heal others, so thank you to all the healers in the room.
Yeah, thank you very much for the comments and the thoughts. Yeah, I think Professor Gatso raised a really important question about the relationship between healing and salvation. Maybe those are my words, not yours. But I think that when I talk about being a scholar of Buddhist medicine, what I mean by that, you know, I said in my talk, I mean all of the configurations and relationships between Buddhism and medicine that have existed over time. And as Professor Tizer put up on the slide this morning in his talk, I've said this many times in lots of different ways, that I'm not talking about one particular tradition or a particular set of ideas or a particular lineage, but actually all of the different ways that Buddhists have related to medicine across time. And I think if pressed to define what is the core question, the core dynamic, the core issue across all of those various times and places, I would probably say it's getting clear on the relationship between healing and salvation, that's the central question that Buddhists have been asking, and they've been answering it in all kinds of different ways, but they've been asking that question for 2,000 years. And that's true today, as true today as, you know, in Taiwan as it is in, you know, Tibet in the 12th century, or in China in the 5th century, or in India in the BC period. So I don't think there's one answer to that question, but it's a common question. It's the common question, and that, I think, maybe is the answer to Brooke's question. You know, what framework to put forward? What stance are we going to take here? And you know, as Bill said, I'm sitting in this chair as a scholar. That's true. I'm also sitting in this chair as a human being. And when scholars talk to each other, we tend to stick to the historical, we tend to stick to the analytical. And so I would be answering the question about healing versus salvation by citing some texts from the 5th century and talking about, you know, the philosophies that other people have expressed over time and how they're historically contextualized and situated and so forth. But when we have a group like this, where there's scholars sitting at the same table and across and looking eye to eye with practitioners and people who are out there actually making profound changes on the front lines of these, you know, of this Kali Yuga, I think these kinds of conversations kind of shake us as scholars out of our comfortable disciplinary boxes and make us a lot more cognizant of the stakes of the kinds of questions that we're engaged with. It's not just a historical question. This isn't just an analytical scholarly question, but these are questions with real deep implications for the present. And what I was really proud of as a group of scholars here on this panel is that we're all leaning into that and not shying away from the real world implications and applications of the kinds of things that we're thinking about. So what framework to put forward? Yeah, I think it's that kind of engagement, getting outside of our ivory towers and actually interfacing with the suffering in the world and trying to figure out how to use our tools and our resources and our skills as scholars to somehow contribute to that. So yeah, once again, I'm really privileged to be here, that Tzu has invited us to be part of that kind of dialogue. So that's the beginning of an answer to those questions. So yeah, thank you for the comments.
Okay, so I feel that facing real world situations of climate change and this tremendous anthropocentrism that we have, I think it may be very difficult to get beyond anthropocentrism, just kind of in terms of species nature, but we have all these examples of indigenous religions around the world, and Buddhism and Hinduism and Jains. And, these traditions especially have been able to get fairly close to de-anthropocentricizing. So, and I've been also struggling with the whole issue of science. Okay, so and just to sum up, because it's too complicated, but I do respect science. Science in this country is under attack. So I speak of science from a different perspective than before, where I always was under attack by science, okay, in my own department, because there were people waving the flag of science against humanities. But now I think science itself has changed so much, and science is actually supporting a lot of the things that Buddhism stands for. Okay? Science has found that plants have feelings, can communicate. All sorts of things where it was this big bar of division between nature and culture. But science also in animal behavior studies, they're showing all kinds of things about animals that we denied before. And science has new instruments of telephoto lens and trip cameras and all kinds of things to get us so close. The new nature documentaries are so incredible that they really bring us close to animals. So I think that these borders and boundaries are shifting, they're melding, and we need to be ready to take whatever science can offer us and bring it together with religion, no longer observing those artificial boundaries. As medicine has always defied that boundary that was established. And what science does not offer us is ethics. So religion and a lot of Buddhist cosmology is very compatible, I understand, with quantum mechanics. So science in physics and astronomy is developing in ways that are resonating or compatible, can speak with ancient cosmologies. So we've got to be ready, because Buddhism can offer the ethics, which is so valuable, that we've really lost our way. We don't have ethics anymore to speak of.
Yeah. So, okay, just very, very quickly. So, thank you very much, Professor Gyatso. And yes, I said ontological equality. That's just because she doesn't like that. Just because that's the animal rights people, talk about this. That the people, that absolute equality of all of human. They call them non-human animals and human animals and non-human animals, so that they're completely the same. But I think I agree with you. There's many ways of being with these animals. So I think that's where we should expand more the many ways of being with animals. And basically, I think that we have to bring the animals back into the Chinese Buddhism. The modern Chinese Buddhism is called Renjian Fojiao. So we have to bring the animals. They were taken away in the early 20th century. We have to bring them back. So that's about it. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I will just finish this panel on time. Okay.
thank you so much to all our speakers and moderator and commenters. So before you leave, please step forward in front of the desk, table, and we'll have the Executive CEO of Tzu U.S. Northeast Region, Freeman Su, to present gifts of appreciation. So we'll take a group photo first. Don't forget about the gifts. Okay, and we'll now be taking a
没发现。怎么做？
Okay, welcome back to our final session of the day, a roundtable discussion on studies and practices of applied Buddhism, where multiple perspectives come into conversation. We are very honored to have Professor James Robson moderating this session. Professor Robson is a distinguished scholar of East Asian Buddhism and the director of Harvard Yenjing Institute. His work bridges history, practice, and lived religion, making him especially well suited to guide this dialogue. So, Professor Robson, please.
Good to see you again. Yeah. Is this on? Okay, great. So good to see everyone on this nice Boston day after we had snow about 2 weeks ago. So things are never boring, but and I should begin with just an apology that I had to miss this morning because you all are basking in the sun of the Pure Land here, and I'm still at the end of the term committees, and that's definitely a DU. It's a academic hell. So I apologize for that, but I'm very excited to be able to be moderating this panel of, as you can see, a very distinguished group of scholars, practitioners, and so the title of this roundtable is Studies and Practices of Applied Buddhism. And I think there's a number of ways to try to think about what that actually means in terms of, I don't know what the organizers had in mind, but I'll tell you what I had in mind. In other words, there are ways to study practices that one finds in the past in the historical record. It would be one way to think about what has applied Buddhism meant in the past. And I think there's a whole range of things that one can do there. And I think on this panel, at least I know Pierce, for one, has done that quite well and brought other people together that do that. But there's also a way to then study the practices that are happening in the present period as well. And I think that's one of the unique things of this panel, is to try to bring together that historical perspective with a perspective from the practitioners themselves and their perspective, but also a more outside perspective of looking in and studying what they are doing as well. So I think we should have a really robust discussion about this. I know I will learn a lot from it, and we have basically 2 hours to engage. I believe that's right, until 6 p.m., right? And so there'll be plenty of time to engage with the audience as we go along. So think about things that you would like to ask of the presenters. Each of them will have about 10 minutes. I'm not the most diligent timekeeper, but if they go too long, I will become diligent very quickly. So let me introduce, going down the line on my left-hand side here. I'll introduce everybody once, and then we don't have to break, and we'll just pass the mic on down the way. So directly to my left is Debbie Lee. She is the Chief Executive Officer at Tzu Chi USA. It's a real pleasure to have you here today. And we have a now invisible Professor Zhang Wenliang, who's from the School of Philosophy at Renmin University. He must be a specialist of emptiness doctrine, I'm guessing, and is putting it into practice. I don't know where he is, but hopefully he'll show up in the next 10 minutes. And if not, we know that this is Dr. Ray Shenghe, who is the Deputy CEO of Tzu Chi Foundation. And I know I can always count on him with a few extra words if we need to fill in for Professor Zhang. No problem, right? Yes, okay. And to his left, or his right from your perspective, Professor Pierce Salguero, Professor of Religious Studies at Penn State University. It's great to have him here. I haven't seen you in a while, so looking forward to hearing his presentation as well. And then my colleague here at Harvard University, and were at a conference in Taiwan just not too long ago. And this is Dean Monica Sanford, who is the Assistant Dean for Multi-Religious Ministry at Harvard Divinity School. And it's great to have you as well. And then I think I know everybody except Brooke here. This is Brooke Lavelle from the Buddhist Studies, or she's Buddhist Studies Program Manager at Union Theological Seminary. And very nice to meet you and look forward to hearing your comments. And then very special on the end is Andrew Hare, who is a chaplain in the Department of Spiritual Care and Chaplaincy at New York Presbyterian, the Wheel Cornell Medical Center. And we've met on a number of occasions, both here and in Taiwan. So I don't know how the guy doesn't age at all, but and I just keep losing hair. So, and to think of him as a full doctor now, it's unbelievable. And congratulations on his graduation. So. Wonderful. So we'll begin with Debbie Lee in your presentation. I guess if people want to, are you going to use the podium or, over there? Okay, sure, great. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. On behalf of Tzu Chi USA, I truly honored to be here at Harvard University to share how we bring ancient Buddhist wisdom into the real-life action, practice of applying Buddhism by Tzu Chi USA model. At Tzu Chi USA, we do not see Buddhism as a distant or abstract. We practice it every day. Through helping people apply compassion, we take invisible value, faith, compassion, and mindfulness, turn them into the visible value, faith, compassion, and mindfulness, and turn into the visible value, which will be the action from our Tzu Chi 4 missions, charity, medical, education, and humanistic. So today, I would like to share how compassion becomes not just an idea, but action that works. So today, many global risk reports describe a world of growing division. As Yan Bowen, CEO of Taiwan Buddhist Tzu Chi Foundation, once shared, we must view this not just a crisis, but as an opportunity for profound intervention, an opportunity to rebuild trust, an opportunity to reconnect with people. One major challenge today is the trust gap. According to McKinsey 2023, 58% of the donors hesitate to commit long-term fundraising due to the limited visibility into how funds are managed. And also the Charity Aid Foundation, they also found another thing is only 40% of NGO has strong engagement beyond fundraising. So today, many people, they want to help, but they hesitate. They will ask, will my donation be used wisely, or will it truly help someone? So trust now have become one of the most important valuable currency in our world. And the trust is not by build a word, it is built through the consistent action. So how to bridge the gap? At Tzu Chi, we see compassion as a bridge. On one side, inner cultivation, mindfulness, discipline, compassion. We call that is 善解脱风, 除世热闹. On another side of Tzu Chi School of Buddhism, outer action, saving people in real situation. We believe compassion must become action. 经者道也, 道者路也. The sutra are the way, and the way is the road to walk. Our work is guided by 3 simple words: 信, 愿, 行. Faith gives us courage to begin. 愿, vows help us stay commitment. Practice turn good intention into real result. When those 3 come together, 无量法门悉现在前, infinity solution begin to appear before us. To make compassion sustainable, our organization organized our work into 3 main pillars: disaster relief, driven by compassion; interfaith collaboration, driven by joy and equanimity; education and character building, driven by loving kindness. We believe 人格成，佛格成. When character is formed, wisdom naturally grows. Let us show how each of these become real in the field. Back in January 2025, Los Angeles wildfire, our team entered the disaster area for on-site assessment. Standing on the burned land, everything around us was black. Entire neighborhood was gone. At that moment, I remember the words from our founder, Master Zheng Yan: 走路要轻，怕地会痛. Walk gently, because the earth may be in pain. Those words suddenly felt very, very real. Many families had lost everything: their home, belonging, and their sense of security. Gratefully, sometimes compassion arrives faster than any system. Tzu Ji responded immediately. Mask, emergency blanket, hot meals, cash card, and essential supplies. Over the following weeks, we organized more than 24 relief distribution to benefit around 4,400 families, over 18,000 people, total 4.7 million cash card relief. But beyond material, we share something meaningful. We told survivors, this assistance comes from the people you may never meet, but who care deeply about you. We also share about the spirit of 竹筒岁月, bamboo bank giving. The idea that even small coins, given every day, can grow into great compassion and hope beyond money. When disaster comes, Tzu Ji does not end the first responsibility, immediate support. Second, psychosocial care. We offer deep, active listen, and the daily 9:30 p.m. Community online prayer. Compassion means we stay. So the third will be the long-term sustainable support through emotional support, economic assistance, reconstruction support, educational support. Because recovery is not just about the building, it is about people. We stayed not only during the crisis. During the recovery stage, Tzu Ji also brings the color and the hope back to the communities. Bridging the gap between internal cultivation and external relief through action in the world. If patient cannot come out, we go on. We call this spirit as 视诸众生不请之师, uninvited teacher. 2025, Tzu Ji USA nationwide mobile medical outreach program. We conducted 264 outreach operations, saving 6,780 individual patients with over 20,000 total service encounters. 教处护处, 大医指处. For underserved community, would provide dental, vision, acupuncture, and wisdom medicine. Many outreach sites, Tzu Ji volunteers are professional, well prepared, and trained, aligned with the FQHC, which according to the state and local medical regulation, to serve with the spirit of compassion. Our second pillar focus on the lotus heart, united. We believe compassion have no religion boundary. We work with many partner NGO, state, or federal government agency, such as American Red Cross, FEMA, National Voc Aid. Different beliefs, one shared mission, help people. This united is reflected to our 60 years partnership with the American Red Cross. Through secular integration, we align our training with FEMA standard, ensure professional responsibility and the disaster response will be correct. Through phase integration, we partner with Habitat for Humanity to build a home and strengthen communities. During wildfire and events like World Interfaith Harmony Week, faith group bring compassion, and our shared goal is simple, the common good. Our third pillar is education, 佛陀教育. We believe education is not only academic, it is about character. Education roots in compassionate values. We support students with uniforms, supplies, and scholarship. But more importantly, we nurture values, respect, responsibility, and kindness. I also have opportunity to visit our Obama School in Dallas. I met students who received our support and character education in Tzu Chi, from Tzu Chi. That impressed me most was not only their academic progress, but their discipline, respect, and gratitude, and the way they follow the routine in their daily behavior. We also teach mindfulness and life skill. In New Jersey, youth worked on FEMA project using gingerbread material to simulate disaster-safe design against earthquakes and flood. They learned teamwork, responsibility, and a plan-based lifestyle. We want to make sure we practice it. We call it pay it forward, growing with respect, love, and compassion, generation after generation. Through Tzu Chi schools, program, and activity, when compassion becomes action, community transform, and kindness becomes measurable impact of goodness economic. We call that is 善经济. In 2020, our education program reached around 77,000 participants, almost 700,000 service hours, generate 6.3 million in social value by community members and Tzu Chi volunteers. That align with the 联合国 SDG 4, quality education, and SDG 10, reduce equality fights. No one is left behind. Earlier, I mentioned about the trust gap. Compassion alone is not enough to address this challenge. We also need transparency. At Tzu Chi, we focus on the third key matrix: straight operational accountability, open finance tracking, and verifiable in ethical governance that ensure giving without expecting a return. So regularly governance is the bridge that allowed spiritual integrity to achieve public impact. We call that is 慈济论述, 国际认证. A significant milestone was the incorporation of the Tzu Chi historical archive into major academic collections. This including the Hafo Yanjing Library and 6 additional institution archives. This means that Tzu Chi compassion model is now a permanent and academically rigorous subject of study and research in applying global humanitarianism. Document, analyzed, preserved, so the future generation can continue this work. It means applied Buddhism is a sustainable operational model. Spiritual vows provide the infinity energy. straight modern governancy protect the public trust and the real world. Measurable impact complete the cycle. It is a system of interlocking gear where faith validates practice and practice reinforce the faith. When faith, action, and trust connect, compassion becomes sustainable. Faith gives us direction. Practice creates impact. Trust stands the system. No temporary, not occasionally, but ongoing. Last, I would like to close with the simple teaching from our founder, Master Zheng Yan. Where there is suffering, there is the pace for us to walk, not because we are strong, but because compassion makes us strong. In a divided world, compassion may be the most powerful bridge. We can work together. We can build together. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much, Debbie Lee. And we will now move on to Professor Zhang Wenliang for your presentation. And you can either go from here or use the podium, I guess.
好，这个我请允许我用汉语来发言。这个刚才听了各位的发表，包括上午的各位的发表之后，我有一个想法，就是感觉就是我们应用佛教学和我们传统的这个古典这个佛教学，也就是平常我们这个在大学里面在科研机构里面所从事的这种这个比如说对佛教的教理教义的研究。这两者之间，它到底是一个什么样的关系？我感觉呢，这个可能是一个我们要思考的一个问题。我听了各位的发言之后，我发现，就是说咱们这个次第，实际上，它虽然呢，它的理念，它是应用佛教学，对吧？但是刚才这个学者发表讲到的，它不仅仅是一种哲学，对吧？它实际上也是一种行动哲学。另外一个呢，我觉得这个也有学者提到，比如说咱们的慈济这个证严法师，他一直非常推崇无量易经，也包括这个法华经，对吧？这个可以说作为咱们慈济宗的一个根本的经典。那这就涉及到，就是说这个无论是无量易经也好，还是法华经也好，它的教理教义，这个经典里面所体现出的哲学。和咱们慈济的现在所这个践行的这个应用佛教学，他们到底是一个什么样的关系，对吧？他们中间能不能建立起一种理论的这个思想的链接？我觉得这可能是我们研究的一个很重要的课题。比如说像《法华经》，我们知道《法华经》里面这提的，这又联系到我上午提到的如来藏这个概念。《法华经》本身呢，它是没有出现这个如来藏这个概念，也没有出现佛性这个概念。但是呢，在这个世亲的它的《法华经论》，就是关于《法华经》的最早的注释书里面，它明确的用这个佛性和如来藏思想来阐释这个《法华经》。比如说提到《法华经》里面讲到的就是开佛直见，对吧？我们知道这是非常有名的一句话。他就把这个开佛直见，就把它理解成是这个如来藏，或者是佛性，到了这个中国的天台宗智者大师，特别是灌顶法师那里，他对这个法华经的解释呢，就完全和这个佛性和如来藏的理论呢结合在了一起。在他的这个注释书里面，我们可以明显的看到，就是他已经从佛性的角度来重新诠释这个法华经，所以我到现在呢还没有看到证严上人有关的对这个《法华经》的注释阐释，对吧？如果有这方面的书，我呢很希望我请一本。我想了解，对吧？这个我们慈济宗是如何看待这个《法华经》的，对吧？我想这个《法华经》里面它所包含的这样的智慧，不仅仅是我们通常所理解的，比如像观世音菩萨。普门品这样的内容，可能也包含了这个我们大乘佛教的 这个菩萨道里面的一个核心教义，就是。
So how is related to the Mahayana Buddhism understanding of the Bodhisattva Path?
所以我觉得这个我本人也非常希望能够接下来还具体的顺。
I hope to understand, discuss more along kind of the traditional Buddhism perspective, to compare the relationship between practical Buddhism and the doctrinal Buddhism and how can they connect to each other. And this is some thoughts on moving forward with this.
Right. So we're actually perfectly on time. If you can imagine that, they just worked out mathematically in terms of time. So we can turn now to Ray's talk and turn it over to you.
And thank you, Professor Robson. And also, we talk about the Applied Buddhism and have a quite comprehensive talk this morning. But after the Professor Zhang's question about how Tzu Chi connect to infinite meaning of sutra or Lotus Sutra to the real practice of Buddhism. And according to my understanding and research about how Master Zheng Yan perceive the Lotus Sutra, the Lotus Sutra is very important to treat all sentient beings equally. That every rank of the sentient being will have potential to reach the Buddhahood, right? Even the animal realm, as Professor Shao Jiade talked about this morning, even young dragon female, he can turn around her body and suddenly become a Buddha. So even the other disciple has long followed Buddha cannot compete with the dragon young girl. So that's the dragon is actually his animal realm, but still the way she reached the Buddhahood is faster than any disciple. So it's the equally treat every rank of sentient being equally. That's the first principle of Lotus Sutra. Secondly, from Master Zheng Yan's interpretation of Lotus Sutra is about treat every sentient being as your mentor. Because for the Lotus Sutra, talking about the nature wisdom and all that every sentient being could be your mentor, 无师智. Every sentient being could be your mentor. So the Master Zheng is always saying that the sutra is not in the book. The sutra in every heart of sentient being. You really cultivate all the heart of sentient being, you cultivate the wisdom of sutra. So that's we humbly, when we support others, we actually acquire wisdom and compassion. So I always say that it's not because we reach the Buddhahood, so return to the secular world to save the sentient being. No, we saving the sentient being so that eventually we can attain the state of Buddhahood. You save one more people, you're helping one more people, you gain one part of wisdom and also escalate your compassion. The more you help, the more wisdom and compassion you nourished until you reach the Buddhahood. So that's the opposite way we talk about, how the Buddhism or Buddhist practice, liberation, reach the enlightenment and to purify your mind and to get away from the secular world, disattach from the secular world. But on the contrary, for the Applied Buddhism, we try to engage in society. By engaging and support the society, we purify our spirit. We escalate our wisdom. So what is definition of nirvana? Maybe people have a different answer. Nirvana have some kind of different interpretation from Indian Buddhism or for Chinese Buddhism. But from our understanding is that nirvana is the state of purity and wisdom. We know Buddha is also our arhat. The arhat actually has a pure mind. Get rid of desire, get rid of anger, get rid of ignorance. But arhat has not fully wisdom to salvation of all sentient beings. So he had to walk the Bodhisattva path in order to accumulate wisdom to really support the essential being, to inspire the essential being, eventually become Bodhisattva and become the Buddhahood. So for the Buddha, unlike the arhat, his disciple, he's full of purity of mind and full of wisdom, in her mind. So purity plus wisdom is called nirvana. Nirvana is about, it's not nobody, no spirit, it's not emptiness. Because we talk about interdependent rising, which means everything is interconnected. So there's no state of absolute emptiness. The emptiness or the purity only reside and exist in the sacred word, like a lotus. Master Zheng always said lotus actually is grew from the mud, but get rid of mud contamination. Not only get rid of contamination of the mud, and also using the mud to nourish the beauty of flower or lotus. So we know that the sacred world could be a lot of a monster, a lot of mud, a lot of troublesome, a lot of infliction. But those infliction of sensual being, those troublesome of sensual being actually nourish our wisdom and compassion. So that's the Lotus Sutra about. So treat every sensual being as the mentor. Like in the medical practice, we treat patient as your mentor. That's core philosophy for all physicians in such a medical institution. Treat patient not only as a family, but treat patient as your mentor. You learn from the patient. You learn from their suffering. You learn from the disease. You learn from their problem, so you can nourish your wisdom. So the physician, not only a physical doctor, he's actually a spiritual leader that can also treat you well physically and ignite your spirituality at the same time. So this is we apply Lotus Sutra doctrine into the practical world. And thirdly, that's called natural wisdom. Everybody have a wisdom in nature, in your human nature. Everybody convey the sense of Buddhahood. So it means we have an innate wisdom, compassion, and purity. We just long forgot that. We're just being contaminated or influenced by the sacred word. We acquire a lot of trouble, a lot of infliction, a lot of suffering. But innate human nature is purity, compassion, and wisdom. That's also from Lotus Sutra, called 自然智. We have a natural wisdom. So you don't have to learn from the sutra. You just go back to your heart to reflect yourself. You'll find your nature, a wisdom, a compassion arise from your inner heart. Like many Tzu Chi volunteers, they are not perfect. They have some trouble, they have some infliction, they have some, lot of, the secular matter occupy them. But when they join Tzu Chi activity, they suddenly feel like a purity and wisdom emerged. So at the time, they behave like a Bodhisattva. They behave like a Buddha. They have a endlessly and selfless devotion to those relief work. But that's we so-called, we are lay person. When you go back to home, go back to our daily life, the trouble come back to you, right? So we have back and forth. Sometimes we become a Bodhisattva in the service work. When we go back to our daily life, we become a lay person. We become an ordinary person. We have a trouble, we have an infliction, we have a lot of suffering. So that's we say, you have to always cultivate yourself internally, not externally. So this is there is three doctrine. We apply Lotus Sutra to our daily life. And that's also teaching from the Dharma Master Zheng Yan that treat every essential being in every realm equally. Treat every essential being as your mentor. Thirdly, that you got the nature, purity, compassion, and wisdom. You just have to cultivate. How to cultivate? By helping others. You purify your mind. You inspire compassion. You escalate your wisdom. Without serving to others, you're going to find your inner nature. Thank you.
Thanks, Ray. Thank you very much. And Pierce, we'll turn it to you then. I think it's on already.
Hello? Yeah. Ah, good. Great. So previously I talked about contemporary American Buddhists and how they're engaging with health, but I'm going to put on my historian's hat now for this since Dr. Robson introduced me as a historian. As a historian, I guess I'm going to question the word applied. And I'm going to make the argument that applied Buddhism is just simply Buddhism. So from my perspective as a historian of the relationship between Buddhism and medicine over the many centuries that Buddhism has been around, so I'm specifically going to focus on applied Buddhism in the sense of applying the health and healthcare arena. I don't think this is anything fundamentally new that's going on here. So all the way back in early Indian Buddhism, the earliest texts that we have, they do make a distinction, a very clear distinction between worldly and otherworldly activities. So the Vinaya texts, which are focused on the monastic rules and guidelines, are insisting that monastics should not perform medical care for people outside of the monastic community, that they should know about medical procedures and use them among themselves, but not among outsiders. But lay practitioners are fully encouraged to engage in healing practices and medicine. And Jivaka, who we heard Bill's presentation about earlier, is kind of held up as the ideal physician, makes tons of merit. They keep emphasizing how much merit he makes by taking care of others. The Buddha in previous lives, in many early Indian texts, is depicted as a doctor, and this is part of his Bodhisattva Path. It's part of how he gains so much merit to become the Buddha. So I think right there, right from the very beginning, we have a full-throated defense and an encouragement to be involved in healing and health activities. That becomes magnified in the Chinese Mahayana context in the period that I know best, which is the first millennium CE. So you do have an ongoing tension or debate between sort of, how much should monastics be involved in health and healing, and there's various opinions about that. But the increasing emphasis on the Bodhisattva ideal in texts like Lotus Sutra, but also Avatamka Sutra that Beishang He talked about this morning, you have a clear mandate for lay people to be involved in learning medicine, sharing medicine. You have texts like the Brahmasnet Sutra, which actually names suffering people, including the sick, as the highest field of merit, and says that anybody who's practicing as a bodhisattva should and has to offer care to the sick when you see them. And then across the whole Mahayana picture, all the Mahayana texts, you have a reconfiguration of so many of the Buddhist practices around healing. So previously rituals that were only thought of in the context of salvation now have healing benefits or are redirected towards healing. And most of those are talking about being able to do them on behalf of others, as Professor Tizer was talking about this morning. So there's lots of different ways that Buddhist engagement, Buddhist engagement with health and healing have been applied over history. We have lay kings like Ashoka that was mentioned earlier. We have a whole network of hospitals built across Southeast Asia during the Khmer Empire. We have all of these texts that sort of exhort kings and rulers all across Asia to become model kings and promote medicine across their realms. In China, Japan, East Asia, we have these monastic hospitals and charities from the medieval period onwards. And that tradition of engagement, I think, you can see continuities across time down to modern organizations like Soka Gakkai and Wan Buddhism and Tzu Chi as well. So I know I'm pointing at, I want to point in my remarks here at the continuities. I know there are obvious differences, but I feel like there are aspects of applied Buddhism that are contemporary, but I think people who are applying Buddhism today are really just practicing Buddhism fundamentally. What might be new in Suji's case is new institutional structures. These are modern institutional structures. These are modern organizational strategies and tactics that enabled Suji to be more efficient, perhaps, than medieval organizations might have been. The scale is truly new. The amount of impact that Suji can have is truly new. So there are obvious dimensions to Suji's activities that are modern and very contemporary. Yeah, but I guess just from a historical standpoint, you can also see how this is just the latest chapter in a very long history of people doing Buddhism. And I would push back against the notion that, there's Buddhism and then there's applied Buddhism. So, thank you.
And Monica, please.
Yes. Thank you, Professor. I would agree. Applied Buddhism is Buddhism. So I'm going to give you a little bit of a context here because religion is studied at multiple places at Harvard. One of those places is where Professor Robson is located, the Faculty of Arts and Sciences, and one of those places is the Divinity School. And the Divinity School exists for a very specific purpose, which is the idea that religion can do good work in the world. And it is a multi-religious divinity school and has been for several decades now, which means Buddhist students that's our third largest group at the divinity school, is our Buddhist students. And so I have the great delight of being the chair of the Buddhist Ministry Initiative at the divinity school and working with to support the work our Buddhist students want to do in the world. And I bring this distinction to light because I'm struck by, Professor Robson, your remarks, the study and practice of applied Buddhism, that we can look at the past, at what Buddhists do, and we can, and it's so very important. And we can also look at the practices of what Buddhists do in the present. We need to look at the past for inspiration, for lessons that we can apply to the present. But also the idea of we study what practitioners do from the outside looking in, and those of us at the Divinity School are also the inside looking in. Right? We're the inside looking in. We're the Buddhists doing Buddhism, right? In addition to other things. So at Harvard Divinity School, the Buddhist Ministry Initiative provides a location for practitioners themselves to study the practices in order to improve them to better help others. And to do that in a way that's informed by the scholars, by the history, by the philology, by the scriptural study, but also by science and medicine, qualitative research, survey research, interviews, so on and so forth. And that's one of the things I have the privilege of doing as someone who studies Buddhist chaplaincy specifically. So as a qualitative researcher, as a grounded theorist, that means doing interviews and surveys with working Buddhist chaplains in the field and developing theory about how Buddhist spiritual care can be improved to take care of people who are suffering, people who are dying, the bereaved, people in very stressful situations, all the places that chaplains work, like hospitals, prisons, the military. I also have the very great fortune of being a Buddhist chaplain myself, having worked in educational settings, supporting students going through major life transitions, and now as a high school chaplain, which is a whole different thing because teenagers are strange, inscrutable creatures who are nevertheless in great need of spiritual support. So I am that insider looking in and doing that work. And there are things in this work that only insiders can see, and there are things in this work that only outsiders can see. And we need both. And it's so wonderful that Harvard, and Harvard Divinity School included, supports both. Both have different areas of focus that are driven by different goals and incentive structures. They're not better or worse, they're just different. Both of them can give us a partial picture of what's going on here. And so we need them both, and they need to remain in dialogue with each other. Now, that said, there are challenges to cultivating research skills, the study side of things, in practitioners, especially when the practitioner's daily experience is of such urgency. Suffering because people have been displaced from their homes due to fire, suffering in the hospital systems. They have that urgency to directly address that suffering, and sometimes research requires you take a step back. You learn a new skill, you collect data, you analyze the data, you figure out, what that means. And I see this often with chaplains. So chaplains, very, very thankfully, love people. And most chaplains love people more than data. And it's very rare to find a chaplain who likes both equally. Is that a fair thing to say? Yes. And that's good. That's a good situation. I happen to like both equally, but I recognize that that's an anomaly. But that changes the research agenda. That fundamentally shifts the research agenda when you've got the outsiders doing most of the research and the insiders doing most of the care, but not necessarily contributing to the research or helping devise the focus of the research. Without them, without the insiders, the chaplains, the people working on the ground with the Red Cross, the people working in the clinics, the focus on the practices that are being studied will always be driven by the agendas of those who have slightly different goals, incentives, and constraints. And so that's something that we have to be aware of, and one of the reasons we need to build research collaboratives, and we need to strengthen the ability of insiders themselves to do the research and collaborate with other researchers. Because I find that it's very powerful when we can connect the Dharma and the data. Or as I train my students, I train some students in a doctorate of Buddhist ministry program, I say find the Dharma in the data. Because it's there, I guarantee it's there. There's Dharma in the data. We look at any given situation, okay, we're dealing with death, we're dealing with illness, we're dealing with family conflict, we're dealing with a refugee crisis, whatever it is. What do the sutras say about what the proper action here? And then what does the data say about what is most effective? And what we can see when we look at both together, not just one or the other, is a better picture that can help us improve our practices to help more and more people, which is why I keep insisting on teaching research studies, research methodology to ministry students. And I find that that is so, so important. And I'm so delighted that occasionally ministry students really want to take it up and do it very seriously. So I just want to add that to the nuance of what we're talking about when we talk about the study and practice of Buddhism, which has always been applied and hopefully will always be applied, that we're not talking about someone studying some other person all the time. We also need the practitioners involved in that very, very deeply, and that can be a hard challenge when the urgency of the humanitarian need is so very clear. But it's absolutely essential. Thank you. My remarks are short.
Thank you very much, Monica. And then our next speaker will be Brooke, please.
Thank you. Bless you for enjoying research. I appreciate it. Oh, my name's Brooke Lavelle. Thank you for having me here. I work at Union Theological Seminary in a program that you also know very well. Shaping also Buddhist chaplains, and also a place where Buddhist social activists are also being actively shaped. It's a kind of feature of some of Union's programming. But I wanted to start by saying that I'm coming into this conversation around Applied Buddhism with the question that we ended the last panel on, or that became a theme. I think this was how you reformulated it, Pierce. Is our work these days in working about healing? And in some case, I know it depends on what we mean by healing, or are we interested in getting free? And not that there's necessarily a duality there, but I think it shapes the way we approach maybe some of our work in Buddhist studies. Just a little background, prior to working at Union, I spent about 15 years working in adapting and implementing Buddhist-based contemplative programs in healthcare and education. One was a large-scale international education project trying to bring compassion into schools through K-12 education and develop what we were calling cultures of care. And at some point, my work started to shift into moving from developing these intervention-based models to working in what we might call broadly a kind of movement chaplaincy. And people have used that term movement chaplaincy in different ways, sometimes not at all, but just to mean the care that we provide to folks in our movements for justice and liberation, in climate work, in the work for racial justice, for economic justice, and so on. And for some folks, the chaplaincy piece of this looks like providing spiritual support, care, maintaining hope, maintaining vision. And for folks that I've been working with, it also means providing skills to help us not only keep our movements stable and sustained, but also to help them keep a kind of visionary focus on what else could be. So another way to say that in more conversational language is rather than just fighting or resisting systems of domination and oppression, what would it look like to also develop the skills to imagine the alternatives and build capacity for them as a kind of equal practice? And so this is a project we're starting at Union, and I think there is a huge role for Buddhists to play in deepening and strengthening a movement chaplaincy. And of course, there already been Buddhists doing this work for many years. There are folks from many wisdom, spiritual, political traditions doing this. But in the work that we've seen in working primarily with facilitators, working in these different political, social, and economic contexts, our movements are struggling, or there's gaps in 3 dimensions. And we've been kind of borrowing a Buddhist frame to talk about this in terms of ground or view, path or capacities, and then the result or the fruit. Or another way to think of that is what is our prophetic vision for the work that we're doing in these times? And so I'll just say a little bit briefly about these 3 dimensions and what we're thinking of in relation to Applied Buddhism. The first, in relation to view, kind of picks up on some of my comments earlier about the frame that we're in. And a dear colleague on my team, Dr. Katie Robinson, is based in Minneapolis and works with abolitionist leaders. So folks who are working diligently to end the prison system, the carceral system, ending abusive forms of policing, and so forth. And in their research, this kind of movement has a vision of transforming the ways we care for and protect and relate to one another. And what Katie was discovering is that in deep interviews, sometimes the movements themselves would default to punitive or punishing ways of relating to each other, even if they held a vision of alternative ways of relating. And what part of Katie's research was showing is that it's our underlying ontology, that if we don't have that thought through stabilized in our being, in our communities of practice, we're very likely to default to the norm or to the status quo or what we've been habituated to. You brought up Guattari before. It's kind of like these lines of flight. Like we have these ideas for ways out, but the grip or the practice of the system pulls us back in. So how do we build a muscle to keep opening to new portals of possibility? So this is kind of like, I think there's so much we can contribute to in terms of a frame of view. There's also been a movement, I don't want to say it's the same as the mindfulness movement, but in the last 10 years, a huge increase in folks using the word relational. Relational care, relational movements, relationality. Sometimes as a gloss, it seems like for interdependence. And I think some folks carry or come with a deep understanding of what we mean by relationality, non-duality. And I think sometimes for people it means putting 2 atomized things together in the same place. And so the word relationality starts to lose maybe some of its power. So I think there's work we could be doing on developing what do we really mean when we're calling for relationality, relational culture, new ways of relating. This is kind of view. The second area is around path or capacities. And we've been noticing in many movements, again, working for justice, liberation. I don't know if any of you have ever had this experience of trying to work in a community for good and maybe it fractured or it fell apart or it didn't fully realize its vision. And sometimes that's because of folks being overworked or burned out or overwhelmed or not being resourced, or also infighting, not seeing eye to eye ideologically, identity fracturing. Anybody see this, feel this? Yeah. So part of what we've been working on is what are the skills and capacities we could develop to help us strengthen our work. And there's tremendous amounts of practices within the Buddhist tradition, I think, of which we're only really skimming the surface of. And just to give an example, I think we're not really fully delving into, and there are probably many reasons for this that we could talk about, we're not really harnessing the transformative and manifesting power of many of the practices within our Buddhist tradition in these movements. And I'd love to think about ways that we could be drawing from a diverse range of the Buddhist tradition, not what just has been selected in a certain cultural context. I'm speaking of the US for myself. To develop this. And there are also things like deepening in a capacity for compassion and love. I think we've lost some of that ethic here. Developing a capacity for risk. We think of the Bodhisattva as a archetype. And the capacity for pluriversality or engaging multiple worlds. These, in various ways and many other skills, are things that are in our traditions that I think could be supportive to us. And then this last piece is fruit or result. And I mentioned that there's this sense of, there's lots of new work, and I was just speaking to someone at lunch about futures work and design work and alternative and speculative futures. There's increasing, it seems like, interest in designing the alternatives to the status quo. Like many people are no longer okay with just trying to survive this disaster or catastrophe. We want to be thinking about what else could we be building, and also what other worlds already exist and have existed, and how do we start to catch on in that way. But developing a kind of prophetic vision, a moral vision. What are examples from our own Buddhist traditions about different ways of living and being in relationship to one another? So, and thinking also too, not just about health in a sense of survivability or being okay, but what are optimal forms or extraordinary forms of health and well-being that are in our traditions that we might also want to forward or lift up also as inspiration and models to develop. So these are some of the things I'm thinking about in applied Buddhism, and kind of a call in a way right now in the crises of our times is like, what else is possible here, and like what can we just like lay on the table given the difficulties of the times that we're in. So thank you.
Great, thank you. All right, and then Andrew, you get the final word for this part of it. Yeah.
Thank you, Professor Robertson. Yeah, I think so there's a lot of pioneers and professors are saying medicine the study realm or the practice, and how Buddhism being studied and apply Buddhism in the real world, so in the study realm. So as myself, I'm still practicing Buddhism in the hospital setting, also as a Tzu Chi commissioner. So I just entered the round of study. So we have a similar, like I like practice, also like study. So just about the beginning, my study path. So now I think I'll share more about my practical part, real medicine happening in Tzu Chi, or when I'm doing chaplain in the medical center. So for the part that is always an insider and outsider thinking throughout my clinical pastoral education or what I study at a union as well, because I come from Taiwan, so a certain part of me is always an outsider because I'm foreign to the US culture. But I also, in this setting right now, I think for Tzu Chi, I'm an insider of Tzu Chi because I grew up in the Tzu Chi community. So the insider and outsider narrative always been in the conversation with my educator or with my peers during my reflection, or happen in the hospital room with the patients. The patient will say, where do you come from? I come from Taiwan. And I say, I'm a Buddhist. But they say, if you're a chaplain, chaplain is a really Christian word. They don't have an understanding of like, so you are a Buddhist pastor? Does that even make sense? I say, no, but that's the word that we are using as a chaplain. So we can also use saying that we are the spiritual care provider. And that makes much more sense, because they know, oh, you are here for spiritual healing, for spiritual care, for spiritual support. And I bring a lot of different conversation and how patients receiving us or receiving me. Sometimes patients will say, thank you, Father Andrew, or thank you, Pastor Andrew. And they'll say, you're too young to be a chaplain, and must be the God that you're doing this work. Sometimes I will show them that it's my Buddhism passion applied into the medical world, into the healthcare system, that the Tzu Chi's teaching brought me here to the US to pursuing chaplaincy. And while the time, no matter if I study at Union, I write my thesis there, or doing a practical work in the World Colonial Medical Center, I found the overlapping between Tzu Chi's spiritual practice and, I would say, the chaplaincy work. That in a setting of the patient encounter, like the previous CEO Debbie and Dr. He saying about how we center the suffering and how we center the patient in the medical setting, that is aligned with the World Colonial Medical Center. They say culture of one in our hospital, that we always put the patients or the family member, their religions, their culture, their narrative history, or where they're coming from, in the center. So it's not about who I am, I want to broaden, want to convert you, because most of the patients I encounter are Christian, Catholic, Jewish, some Buddhism, some are atheists, non-spiritual. So when you walk in as a chaplain, they will say, am I dying? Or they have a sense of guard up that, so you want to convert me into Christian? I said, no, I'm just here for support or some accompaniment. That's the Tzu Chi volunteer do the most, or accompany the suffering. We be with the suffering, see what's your need. As a chaplain, we're doing a similar work in the hospital. So we'll walk into the room, and I say, so I'm Andrew, I'm the chaplain from spiritual care department. I'm here to provide spiritual support, emotional support, or accompaniment, or just in having a chat with you and see how you're doing. So giving the patients autonomy, so they have a decision to make what they want in this moment. But sometimes they will ask me, so what do you do? What will you do with the patients? I say, I will pray with the patients, just talk with the patients so you can vent it out, no matter what's happening in your heart, in your spirit, or what you're feeling about how, like sometimes patients say, how God put me in this injustice situation, and how the suffering and their pain, everything. Talking about pain is the most thing that happens in the hospital, which is the suffering part. As a Tzu Chi practitioner, I always remember that we accompany the suffering and alleviate the suffering through the reflection or the conversation with the patients. And a lot of time, my educator will asking me the question, so while you're praying with a Christian patient or Catholic patients, you're praying to God, or you're praying to Jesus, and when you're using those words, what's in your heart? And that's what I'm thinking about, how am I apply Buddhism into the interfaith dialogue with the patients without compromising my own identity as a Buddhist? So my answer is, so I cultivate Buddhism's practice and the spirit in my heart. The compassion I'm having and the great love can cross the boundaries in my heart. And praying, or I sending my blessing to them after altruistic action. So it's actually aligned with the master's teaching about our altruistic behavior can actually benefit others and awakening ourselves. Because I think Professor Dr. Sinfer can actually say that in chaplaincy work, we learn a lot from the person we care. We basically writing our verbatim, our discussion is all based on case studies. So without the patient, there's no growth as a chaplain. So we always learning wisdoms, which is perfect align with Tzu's teaching. We learn from the suffering. Suffering, or the patient, is our mentor. Without them, we don't have a chance to provide the care, offer the care, learn the Dharma, or learn the wisdom in daily life. So throughout this some years, practicing as a chaplain, learning the chaplaincy, I find a lot of alignment between these two, and this actually practicing in the daily hospital setting. And after that, I become like, so when Tzu Chi is so focusing on, as a volunteer, so focusing on caring for others, but chaplaincy, we focus on self-care. And the self-care practice I'm having, which apply to myself and the Buddhism practice, is I will always say the 3 vows before I leave my apartment. Because that's it's a grounded place for me spiritually. So the 3 vows is the same vow that Master's teaching is purify human heart, harmony of society, the world without disaster, a world without suffering. So these three core essence, I think is the way that when I encounter with the patients, I can knowing, or suffering, I can knowing I'm here to alleviate it, even if there's a lot of the emotions or they're sharing really like deep and you're seeing how they are in pain and how they are suffering. That is overwhelming feelings from day to day in the hospital. And for that part, it's how to knowing there's interconnectedness always, but there's always a self and the others at the same time. So you won't fall into two extreme spectrum, but always find a middle way to practice the chaplaincy in the hospital as a Buddhist. And after that, I think, because I was just stepping into the studies of the Buddhism, and so that because the chaplaincy and the Shiji's practice led me think about how am I gonna do in the future that when chaplain is so focusing on culturally, religiously, or racial identity and nationality details, that how culture and sensitivity you requires as a chaplain. So, and I sense most of the time in the hospital setting is that people from Asian or Asian patients or family are less being cared because the language barrier, culture barrier, and the individualism and the family system-wise, sometimes the Asian families' requests are not being met because they don't being understood by the medical teams. And that's a cultural barrier. So that brought me the idea of like how in the future that I might be able to or do the study around spiritual care chaplain's educational system based on Asian culture or based on Buddhism studies. And because nowadays basically most of the clinical pastoral education that I learned from is still based on Christianity. And sometimes there's some slightly differences. The sensitivity part of the cultural barrier might encounter in the room. So sometimes my colleague will say, Andrew, maybe this is best for you to visit these patients because they are speaking Mandarin, they are also from Asian. They are more close to you, I think they'll benefit for your care. Sometimes they will sensing there's a gap between how they provide care to the American or how can provide care to the people from Asian. So that brought me the compassion and the idea, or the thing I really want to do is create a system or create an education system that based on Buddhism and with the spiritual care. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Andrew. So that was almost perfect timing, and so we have plenty of time to discuss some of the issues that were brought up here. I think I can begin just maybe with a couple, or I don't really have specific questions per se, but there were a couple of general themes that came up or things that I was thinking about as each speaker was speaking. And one of these is just the issue of how to deal with the inspiration that one would have coming from the Buddhist tradition in terms of wanting to act in a compassionate way to the problems that we face. And even when we look to the past, and I think the point is well taken that Buddhism has always applied Buddhism in the past in dealing with things, but we're dealing with a totally different scale right now, it seems to me, where so I guess the question comes down to how, in the face of the enormity of problems that exist in the world, and I think, you know, we can separate off, say, natural disasters or a disaster that's so explicit that one can direct one's activities to that. But we're dealing with major disasters almost on a daily basis, or maybe even slow-term disasters that are harder to sort of identify a particular moment for it. So given limited resources and the enormity of the scale of our problems, not to be too depressing, but how does one prioritize? I guess that's more the main question, is how does one prioritize about how to pick this over that, or how to address this over that, and also just thinking about resources. We're living in a world where NGOs, other aid organizations are actually facing problems in terms of financial support that are, you know, walking back of funding from governments and things like that, particularly in the US we see, of course. So that would be the first kind of question just to throw out. I don't know if anybody has any ideas, but it seems overwhelming in a sense of if you take any particular day, how do you begin to focus on something then?
So I think there's a few different levels to this question, and I'm only going to touch on one level, but I think probably Dr. He or other friends from Tzu Chi can speak to other areas. How does one prioritize where to do that work as an institution, as a nonprofit, as a philanthropic organization? That's the question I'm not going to talk about. What I'm going to talk about is actually answering this question on an individual level, because one of the things we do at the Divinity School we call vocational formation, and union also, so maybe Brooke can chime in here. So every day I'm mentoring and advising students who are also very well aware of the disasters that our world is facing, and trying to determine where can I make my individual contribution? Where can I go in my vocation, in my profession, that will best serve the needs of the world? And so for those of us who are in the position to work with such students, a lot of it is about discerning what is your unique capacity, what is your talent, what is your interest, where do you get energy from that would help sustain you in dealing with these terrible disasters. That might be becoming a hospital chaplain, and then focusing from there on the needs of underserved Asian patients in a particular hospital system. It might be becoming a prison chaplain. It might be starting your own NGO. It might be going deep into the academic study of what's a Buddhist response to screen addiction. That one wasn't covered in the sutras, at least not explicitly. But there are things in the sutras that we can talk about addiction and desire and craving and cycles. So how does that apply to doom scrolling, which is a problem for many? It's one of those slow-moving disasters that is reshaping all of our young adults' brains. Well, not just young adults, probably mine too. So working with students on that level to show them these are all of the many things you could do in the world that would help people. Here's organizations like Tzu Chi doing great work. Here's organizations like the Red Cross doing great work. Here are religious communities that you could go and serve. Here's what you can do if you went into a hospital setting, what you could do if you went into a school setting, and helping them see that alignment between their unique talents and what their background has prepared them for. As Andrew alluded to, you know, there are certain people in the hospital I would be a very good chaplain for. And there are certain people in the hospital I would probably not be the best chaplain for. So what in our unique backgrounds can we bring that is special? And then where does the work that we do give us the energy to make that sustainable? And that's part of what movement chaplaincy faces. There's so much urgency around these movements for social justice that it's go, go, go all the time, and then you burn out after 3 or 4 years, and you just collapse, and you have your midlife crisis at the age of 25, and you can't do it anymore. And so chaplains are now going into those spaces to try to help. So we work through it with students, and they're doing such innovative things. Like we're training students for jobs that don't exist, in fields that don't exist, in careers that don't exist, because they see the need in the world. They see this as a disaster, and they're going to go and solve it. And it's really wonderful to watch. Now, so we help them think through those priorities from that level of vocational discernment. Where can you personally make a unique and sustainable contribution? And then, once you've kind of sort of figured that out, what skills do you need to learn to maximize your benefit and to make it work for you in the long run? Now, how you do that on an institutional level? Well, that was my degree before I became a chaplain, was community planning. So how you do that on an institutional level is a whole nother ballgame. And I'll let the people who run those institutions speak more about that.
Great, you want to take that one about, I mean, how does, so for example, how does Tzu Chi decide which areas to engage? I guess that would be a simple version.
That's always the question, which area of the disaster we engage in. Normally, if we have a local volunteer, we will mobilize immediately. And sometimes in that area, we don't have a volunteer. We maybe have friends in the area, like we have a Sri Lanka. Back to 2003 tsunami. We don't have volunteers in Sri Lanka. But there is a businessman that have a connect with the Tzu Chi and they call for help. So with the local support, we can go there. And thirdly is that we plan for that, like in Nepal, Lumbini. We found that Lumbini was so poor. It's the birthplace of Buddha. As Professor Yang was saying that even the villager do not remember that's the birthplace of Buddha. So we plan for that. We plan to rebuild the village. But most likely we rely on the local volunteer to really mobilize themselves to initiate the relief project. And most of the time when we go to somewhere to do the emergent relief, and then we stay, inspire local volunteer and empower local volunteer, eventually it builds the resilient community, which means that the local recipient eventually become a volunteer and continue this project. So it's one by one place to the others and one nation to the others. Now 140, not adequate. As Master Zheng Yan this morning just saying, the Tzu Chi volunteers still a small number of people, couple million maybe, 2 million estimately, but 2 million is not big size, but still we can do many things. Like we in Mozambique, we spend nearly in the next few years, probably 150 million US. It's a lot of money, but still to support the Mozambique is not adequate. So now we are seeking to collaborate with the business side for the entrepreneur to provide the employment. Because we are charity, we can do only, support the necessity of life, or living, or schooling, but the long-term of employment, we relied on economy. We relied on businessmen. So the reason I also developed economic goodness because I want to inspire a businessman can really do good business and also to support the needy people. That, for instance, we have an entrepreneur in Indonesia. He is actually the top 2 entrepreneur, Frankie Huang. He said, I can donate 3 million by myself. It's not difficult. But instead, if I inspire 3 million people donate $1, it could be very different. So now he reached the 3 million, 500,000 employee. He got 500,000 employee in Indonesia. His employee and a family member and neighbor, now 3 million become the regular donor to Tzu Chi Foundation. It is very important that they are all Muslim, and the boss is Buddhist. So this is really applied Buddhism. Applied Buddhism, that the compassion and love actually rooted in every religion. It's the same fundamental, and spirit. This love, compassion, and selfless giving. So Frankie say, if I can continue to develop this model to different entrepreneurs, that we'll be able to save 30 million people who live in poverty in Indonesia. So I think there's no other way. The only way is to inspire more people to really ignite their inner compassion, to ignite their love and selfless and across the boundary of nationality, ethnic, and cultures. So like we have around 250 local volunteers in Malawi. They're all Christian. They say, hey, Tzu Chi is not religion. Tzu Chi is a path for Muslim become better Muslim, for Christian become better Christian. And this is very important to saying that we don't convert people to become a Buddhist. Well, applied Buddhism is not everybody become a Buddhist. No, that's not the goal we pursue for. We pursue that the Dharma, the wisdom and compassion can benefit equally to all sentient beings. And that's the key. And not only provide the needy people, but inspire the needy people eventually become a giver, not always become the recipient. So that's the core philosophy, and I think the core energy for the success of Tzu Chi. But still, we are still small scale. We're not big enough in compared to, but still we are top 20 NGO around the world. Not small, but not big enough. But I don't want everybody to become a Tzu Chi member, honestly. That's my goal as well. I want everybody that can have like a Tzu Chi member to provide compassion and love to the needy people that are nearby you. That's the core idea. And when Professor Robertson asking, how can we expand this kind of relief work? So I think the collaboration is very important. Not any single institution or any single organization can do in that. So that's why we develop in theory of Tzu Chi. The model of Tzu Chi, you don't have to join Tzu Chi, but maybe our model can benefit you to adopt and to really execute and fulfill relief work successfully. So that's why we organize, academic committee, invite all scholars to study, economy, applied Buddhism, governance, emergent relief, etc. So it's very important for the academia scholar to join together, to join our wisdom and effort to create a good model for the practitioner that can adopt the model and can execute it and fulfill it in their place, in their location, and in their needed. So I think we still facing a big challenge of division of humankind nowadays. So at least that the Buddhist scholar, from our, profession or from our intention that we can join together to design the wisdom and the compassion of Buddhism. As Professor Gacho, she talked to me during the lunch. She said she does not care that Confucianism take over the position of Buddhism in China and in Korea, in the ancient Korea. But she does care how you identify Buddhist wisdom and compassion that can really benefit to the secular world. That's I completely agree with. We have to identify what part of Buddhism, wisdom and compassion, can really benefit to economic arena, to the communication arena, technology arena, and to maybe political arena as well. So that's our mission that we gather here. Now, Professor James Robertson, I think you joined the AI in Yuanshan Fandian, right? Yeah, it's the AI and Buddhism, and technology and Buddhism. So that we emphasize the Applied Buddhism because we are not only seeking for self-liberation, not seeking for self-enlightenment, like most Buddhism may believe that we're seeking for self-enlightenment when we enter the Buddhist realm. But we are talking about how Buddhist wisdom and compassion really helping the professionalism, to enrich the professionalism and to solve the problem now we face today.
So why don't we open it up to you all for some questions? And if we hit a point where there's not any more questions, I have another one I'd like to throw out, but I'll hold back for now just so we have a time for you all to pose any questions that you might have. So. Yes. There's a microphone coming, yeah.
There's a difference between someone who's very passionate about giving, caring, offering, versus someone who religiously follow a leader. And there's also a difference between someone who does this voluntarily versus doing it as an occupation. So I would just like to hear and maybe ask about Li Huizang, your personal experience. To what extent Tzu Chi as an organization, as a either drawing, pulling, or powerhouse to continuously sustain so many volunteers' passion, and then have some sort of this type of international aggregation of such a volunteer forces that we see now in every part of the world.
Yes, thank you for the question. Actually, we face this challenge as well, not only for our certified volunteer and also for our young generation. So right now, we try to encourage them just to come to our family, not doing something, force them to do the volunteer work, then let them think they don't have that kind of pressure. They need to have some kind of the return or come back to do something. So we try to encourage the students or the young generation from the community. They just come together to do some even the study or the project, something good for the community. They will start with that. So if each branch or each location can start with a small family, but with the positive mindfulness and the behavior, we believe that will be inspire others to join with us. Then maybe in the past, we only need 1 year or 2 years to invite the member become the commissioner. But right now, we think the value is totally different, and the people, they enjoy their life very much. So right now, maybe we need to spend like 5 years can to convince the people become the commissioner or even just the volunteer. So it is very hard to push that, but we still try to work on that.
I think we have another question over there, and then Mayfair after that.
I'm Zheng Xing. I'm from Nanjing, China. In Nanjing, we also have Tzu Chi offices, and we have Tzu Chi volunteers. They donated their time, their energy, and givings to relief work and to also help people in need. So Tzu Chi volunteer in Nanjing as very excellent just as volunteer here. So I like to send my appreciation for all the volunteers here, because we enjoy the food and tea and snacks and presentations, and all the work are done by the great volunteers here. And we also have volunteer team who will interpret for us. And I know that Tzu Chi volunteers is different from general volunteers of maybe charitable organizations. They have experienced very comprehensive and system trainings, just as Lee has said, that maybe we will spend 5 years to cultivate truly committed Tzu Chi volunteers. So I have questions that what is the major characteristics in the cultivation systems or in the training systems in Tzu Chi? So how they can turn an ordinary person into Tzu Chi volunteers? So this question is for Dr. He and also for Lee. Thank you.
Or Andrew as well, too, because he's been through it. So.
So yeah, I think for CEO Lee say young generation, maybe I count as young generation in that setting. So yeah, I think my parents never forced me to go through the commissioner training, and I was in the college at joined Tzu Chi as well. I basically grew up in the Tzu Chi community, but there's a drawback because of the different tensions, or being like maybe saying, oh, and you have to come to different activity. Then there's a kind of like maybe I don't want to do this anymore because it's so tiring. Like we enjoy our life, right? The same, but like after a certain point, I feels like there's one moment. It's like from the senior volunteer when doing documentaries in Tzu Chi's department that there's a saying is like, there's nobody can stop you doing Tzu Chi, only yourself. So the assertion or the problematic that being troublesome myself is like, am I gonna be doing Tzu Chi's work just because other people say it? Or that's because my own sense of a view of the world that blocking my heart to pursuing Bodhisattva Path? Because that basically seeing what I learned from Tzu Chi is what I'm compassionate about and what the reason why I became commissioner. So I think during that time is around 2017 after I graduated my college and working for a year. I filled the application as my birthday gift and to my parents, and they're happy that I decided to become commissioner. So I go through the training, and after that I become commissioner. So there's a pushing force, of course, but I'm not a person who, if you push me to do something, I do something. It's have to be something I'm compassionate about, or I'm passionate about, or I think that's something I worth believing about. And without Tzu Chi, there's no me as a individual human being, because I basically learned a lot from that. But it's not about obligation. It's about something I'm passionate about. It's about my faith. It's about my religion.
To be trained as a Tzu Chi volunteer or certified commissioner, you request at least 2 years to training course. You got to engage in voluntary work, and you also have to comply with the 10 precepts, which you had to be veggie, you had to free from alcohol, you had to get rid from the political activities. You don't allow to run for Congress, run for governor, or run for president, you know. So that 10 precept actually is from 5 precept of Buddhist traditional precept. But aside from 5 precept, Metta Cheng added 5 more precepts that's more adapt to the modern world. So it's not really easy to be a certified volunteer or so-called commissioner, but it's not that hard. You know, a lot of volunteers right here being certified for years. And that's come from your self-commitment. No one forced you to do that, and no one can force you to do that because it's a long-term training course. But thing is that for the senior volunteer, they're sharing their experience to you, so you learn from them. And the community can support you in order to comply with the principle, in order to adopt certain kind of philosophy and doctrines. Without community, you cannot do it alone because you feel lonely and you feel some kind of, helpless, because we are all vulnerable beings, But with the support community, you acquire your strength from the others. You learn from the others, and others learn from you as well. No one is perfect individually, but with collective effort, we might do things rightly and quite comprehensively. As we have seen, that we have a good forum right here, all the volunteers, really humbly serve. So without too much emphasis on ego and individualism. So as I say that Tzu Chi, the core of Tzu Chi is selfless giving. Selfless giving is the core. And by selfless giving, you reach your purity because you're selfless, so your purity. But selfless giving, so you have, gain the wisdom because you will be put others first. Put others first, that means you can acquire wisdom. Like we say, learning from suffering, learning from the patience. No matter chaplain or volunteer work, you learn from the suffering. So put others as the center, not yourself. By doing that, you acquire wisdom. And by doing that, you reach the purity of your mind. So actually, I always say that altruism can reach the enlightenment, not only meditation or chanting sutra. In the West, we talk about Buddhism mainly about the meditation, very about the individualistic practice, not collective practice, not systematic practice. But what I'm saying, or as Professor Robertson asking, how we expand the compassion and those kind of altruism to the society. That's why I want to initiate the research on the model of altruism. What kind of altruistic action can really transform people's spirit? We have a lot of theory of yoga, of meditation, but we have less theory or model of altruism. Because from my understanding and experiences, I have seen so many people that transform their spirit, they transcend their spirit through altruism. But we don't have adequate theory or so-called adequate evidence to prove that what kind of altruistic activity really helping people. Now we live in a day, people, really, obsessed by social media, right? We are pretty much more individualistic, not toward the collectivism. So the altruism could be very strange. It could be, unfamiliar for younger generation. So that's why, Debbie Lee, our CEO of U.S. branch, talk about it's very difficult to recruit members nowadays because people live their own small world. We are all, in the same chamber, echo chamber. We don't really, reach out with others, connect with each other. So that's the also dangers of the society. So I want to, advocate the research of altruism. Now we have a Center for Goodness Study with Professor Sun Yinggang, and thank you for his support. So we'll be able to organize a Center for Goodness Study in Zhejiang University. And then altruism is one of the very crucial topic for our research and advocacy. What is the goodness? For me, is altruism, harmony, and reach the common good. So for the scholar-wise or for the scholar effort, we can design and develop and do the research to find the evidence base of altruism and how it benefits to human spirit. By then, I think it's very good to systematically design the project for Buddhist teaching on altruism, and with the altruism support the different profession and solve different problems now we're all facing today. So in the Buddhism, sometimes we feel this very, very much individualized, not systematic, not well organized. Tzu Chi is luckily will organize our compassion so we can collectively put effort, relieve effort to different realms and different places. But now we talk about altruism is cross-boundary religion and culture. It's not only Buddhism, but by doing that kind of model develop, where we can really provide good direction of human mind. Well, that's my, plan and maybe the wish. Yeah.
Talk about volunteer. In Chinese, our master always tell us that's different. We use 志工. Then maybe other organization, they use that is 义工. 志工 means we come from our bottom of our heart. We like to help people, like our mission, our own business. But if we call it as 义工, means you just has the responsibility. That's it, right? That will be totally different. So we try to inspire people to enjoy the, when you helping people, the return you receive from your heart. We call that as 法喜. So sometimes people will say, how come the housewife or some of volunteer, they spend a ton of time in the volunteer job. How about your family? But when we work with, when we do the volunteer things, we will appreciate what we have. So back to the home or with our family, with our friend, we will have the positive energy and the positive behavior to face on those things. I believe that's another difference. If we would like to become the volunteer, you can choose 慈济. That will be keep you happiness your whole life.
Professor Mayfair Yang, yes.
Thank you. So we heard a lot about the history of Buddhism.
Hold on just a second. I'm not sure if that mic is on. Let's make sure it is.
Thank you. We've heard
Nope.
a lot
Here, why
about...
don't you use this one here? Pass this. Or Andrew, you got one? Okay.
Thank you. Hello? Yeah. We've heard a lot about the history of Buddhism with medical care, and you also have been working in a hospital and so forth. So, but I have found that there's also another role for Buddhism in modern life, and that is the blending with psychology, modern psychology. In the West, there's a lot of absorbing of Buddhist principles into the psychotherapy kind of profession. And there's also, when I was doing field work in Wenzhou, I was living in a monastery. The abbot there would frequently disappear in his fancy, living room where he entertained guests. A lot of these guests were officials, local officials. And of course, I couldn't really stay for those private conversations, but there was a spate of suicides amongst local entrepreneurs and officials. Wenzhou is very entrepreneurial society, and there was a period where Wen Jiabao actually had to go to Wenzhou because there were so many, 破产, what do you call it? Business failures, because people were borrowing, and then the people they were borrowing from others, and so then you have this domino effect, and everybody was collapsing, so they actually had a lot of suicide. So with young people today, we have also rising rates of suicide, and I think in your hospital, it's not just the patients who need relief from suffering, but after they die, the family members have bereavement. So that's also a mental anguish issue that Buddhism has a tradition of dealing with. And I was wondering if any of you could speak to this modern role that Buddhism seems to be fulfilling of dealing with people's mental anguish, or something happens to mental distortion where they're out of whack. And Buddhism has a lot of things in its tradition to deal with that, but it has to deal with modern problems.
Yeah. Yes, absolutely. So first, I would like you to turn around and shake hands with the gentleman in the brown blazer behind you. You two should talk. Former classmate of mine, now Dr. Lindsley. But yes, Buddhism has a fully developed psychology, fully developed independent of Western psychology, but is now in very fruitful dialogue with Western psychological sciences. And so many of the recent Western therapeutic methods have come through this dialogue. I think of them as the alphabet therapies: cognitive behavioral therapy, dialectical behavioral therapy, acceptance and commitment therapy, so ACT, CBT, DBT. And then there are the mindfulness-based interventions, MBIs. I just saw a paper the other day about the utility of mindfulness-based interventions in oncology wards for people dealing with cancer. So it's a growing field, and it's wonderful and amazing. And I remember the first time I read the description of cognitive behavioral therapy, and the person who had written the summary of it said, psychologists discovered in the 1970s, and then went on to describe what had been discovered. And I'm like, well, that's Buddhist noting practice. Like, somebody did some meditation and then discovered CBT. So you're right, absolutely. Buddhism has a lot to offer there. And the dialogue is very fruitful and very ongoing. Buddhist chaplains, and actually all chaplains, get cross-trained. Chaplains get cross-trained to at least recognize mental health issues, to know what's within their scope of practice, to know when to refer to other mental health professionals, to know how to talk to the other mental health professionals, but also to provide care for when it's not a mental health issue, it's just human suffering. It's just illness, aging, death, disaster. It's just human suffering, but there is the mental and emotional anguish that comes from that. And Buddhism has a lot of wonderful tools built right in to help us manage that and to be in dialogue with the social sciences. So a lot of modern authors describe Buddhism rather than trying to fit it into religious terms like ministry or spiritual care. They use psychological language to talk about what Buddhism has to offer because that's more recognizable to English-speaking audiences. So you're right. It's a very wonderful, wonderful intersection that's growing all the time, and I'm very delighted to be able to see all of the value that people are finding in Buddhism and all of the ways they are drawing from it and adapting it for work, not just with Buddhists, but with secular audiences all over the place. One of the things that we do at the Divinity School is we lead a training in the summer called Insight into Mindfulness, Buddhist Literacy for Mindfulness Meditation. So this is a response to the secularization of mindfulness. So mindfulness has been extracted from its Buddhist context, it's been recapitulated, it's been taught to people who are now certified as mindfulness instructors, never knowing where it came from. So now we're saying, okay, well, we'll fix that. Mental health professionals come to Harvard Divinity School, and we're not trying to make them Buddhists, but we want them to be informed practitioners of mindfulness interventions. So come to Harvard Divinity School and learn the roots of it. And we'll talk about the Satipatthana Sutta, and we'll talk about, other forms of Buddhist mindfulness, and how that in a Buddhist context, mindfulness is so revolutionary when it's embedded in community and ethics, right? It's not a standalone psychological technology. And so how can mental health practitioners and psychologists and psychiatrists use it responsibly, knowing that? But I'll
That's a key difference.
It's a key difference.
Buddhist religious approaches, a key difference there that you just marked between Buddhist religious practices to emphasize in the context, the individual in the community ethics. And whereas psychology is just dealing with a kind of disembedded individual.
Yeah. And that's one of the key differences between chaplaincy and the practice of psychology is we go and we care for the patient, we care for the patient's family, we care for the patient's friends, we care for the nurses who are caring for the patient. Like everybody's included in that circle of care. And that's one of the things that makes us different from the psychologists and the social workers in the hospital. So that, and I think it's a great benefit. I advocate for that difference. But
yeah, good. I was gonna, let's see. Brooke, were you gonna say something?
No, I could just add quickly to that even in the contemporary MBIs and the compassion world, many of these programs, MBSR, CBCT, CBRT, SCT, etc., I get confused with them all. They're also actually drawn from different Buddhist traditions. So while there's different underlying assumptions about Buddha nature, for example, about the goal of practice, about where those styles of practice actually fit in a larger path of practice. And I find that actually really important. And so I certainly have been part of and appreciate the dialogue between Buddhism and psychology and Buddhism and science more generally. And I also caution myself in the work too that sometimes when we are crossing traditions, even within Buddhism, and we try to make one-to-one correlates or make a map, like the map is not the territory. And some of these practices or conversations can be really great gateways where we're opening ourselves up to alternative worlds, other ways of seeing. And I'm in a practice of trying to take care, not to forget that the bridges themselves don't just replace the practice or replace the entire depth of the tradition too. And so it brings me back to the question of what are the purposes of some of these trainings? Are they for health? Are they for staying sane in a chaotic world? Or are we harnessing visionary and transformative practices, and for what purpose? For the benefit of all, or for our own individual wealth, right? So I like the fuller contextual frame. I know you think like this. You're a cultural anthropologist, but I think that voice in all of our conversations also really, really matters.
Good. I'd like to, Pierce, if you could also chime in here too on this, because I think we are dealing with a modern situation of an experiment in this usage that is unprecedented in Buddhist history. And I think we have to, I think if we do even think about other comparisons where trying to draw inspiration from the past, whether it's to address environmental problems, there's a strong methodological problem of trying to answer contemporary problems with the past. There can be inspiration, I think, as Brooke was saying, but it also perhaps comes with some unintended consequences or dangers. And so that's why Pierce, who just has a book out edited on meditation sickness, engages with some of these. So I was hoping you could chime in as well.
Yeah, sure. I was actually thinking of going in a different direction.
Okay, that's all right.
But then I'll go in that direction too. Yeah. So, as the historian on the panel, it's my duty to agree with everything that was just said, but to also point out that Buddhism has had a whole panoply of practices that have been directly intended for the purpose of mental health and well-being for centuries. That's clear from it that in the Chinese tradition, it's as far back as the 5th century that we have these texts. But even the Western uptake and the American uptake of these practices is over 100 years old. And I want to recommend some work by 3 of my colleagues. One of them is Wako Shannon Hickey, who wrote a book back in 2019 about the late 19th century, early 20th century engagement in the US with yoga and meditation, both from Hinduism and Buddhism, particularly talking about their uptake among women and people of color as a kind of an alternative health discourse. But she talks about the integration of these ideas, Buddhist and Hindu ideas, into American psychology and psychiatry in that era, starting in the late 19th century through the early 20th century, which is the birth of psychology in this as a field. Her name is Wako Shannon Hickey. So not only is Buddhism implicated in all the alphabet soup that you were just mentioning that comes from the 80s forward, but it's there at the birth of psychology in the West, right? So. So her work is really important in that regard. And then I think Clark Chilson's work on what was going on in Japan at a similar time, early 20th, mid 20th century, looking at how in Japan there was a similar move to borrow Pure Land practices and other kinds of Buddhist practices, different practices, and incorporating those into Japanese psychiatry. And then moving forward, Ira Helderman's book on called Prescribing the Dharma, where he talks about sort of the more recent integration of Buddhist ideas into American psychology. I think there's a whole history there that goes way back that's worth kind of situating the current moment into this long history. And then what James was just talking about, I'll just make this really brief, but what James was just talking about is my current project is looking at, people here may have heard that recently this movement of popularization, secularization of meditation in the West, in the Anglosphere, that this has in the last 5 years perhaps kind of turned a corner from enthusiastic uptake of this panacea to a realization that there might be side effects, that there might be some downsides, that there might be some dangers, that it's not right for everybody. But yet again, the Buddhist tradition has anticipated that, and we have literally centuries of material from all across the Buddhist world about the downsides of practicing meditation. So that's the book that you were just talking about that was published like a week ago that I collected 25 different scholars just translating stuff from all over the Buddhist world related to that. So these practices, I think the bottom line takeaway point is these practices have always been used for mental health and well-being, but they've always been recognized as potentially having unexpected and undesirable side effects.
But that was also geared primarily to monastics, this unprecedented lay experimentation, and also using mindfulness a very different way. I think Monica's articulated a final sentence was responsible use, and I think that is where where the importance lies in that.
That's the major
in the
unprecedented modern
yeah.
phenomenon.
So
is the
scale
laicization.
and spread, yeah. Professor Tizer, I saw your hand next.
This is such a wonderful panel, so thank you to the panelists. So we've heard a lot of words that start with P. Philosophy, psychology, practice, and I'm wondering why, and so I ask it for the panelists, but also for us in general in these couple days, why we're not using the word politics. Politics not in the sense that, that Dr. Herr already mentioned, which is being a member of a political party or running for a political office, but politics in a broader and philosophical sense. Social formations, distribution of power within society, questions of equality between categories of people and between species, fighting chauvinism and prejudice, and organization of religious organizations is an arrangement of power, not in the hard sense, but in the soft sense. And Tzu itself and all Buddhist organizations have just a really interesting, different forms of organization and structure and allocation of responsibility. So I wonder if anyone today wants to jump in there and either defend or say, no, there are good reasons we're not talking about politics and we're not using those kinds of concepts today.
I'll just give a very short invitation to Professor Tizer to come hang with the Buddhist students at the Div School, and within 5 minutes, that's what the conversation is and will be. Yeah, yeah, and amongst the faculty. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
But I do think Professor Tizer's question does lead into something that struck me about Brooke's comments, which was, if we're only in a reactionary mode and dealing with things, we're going to be constrained. And so she pointed out, I think quite rightly, is how can we draw on the Buddhist tradition to try to envision an inspired different future. It is, after all, exploring the future of Buddhism here is our title. And that's where politics maybe can kind of come into this too. I mean, I was struck, if you read Amitav Ghosh and Prasenjit Duara's their recent books on crisis of global modernity and the Great Derangement, they both end, actually very surprising to me, I was quite shocked to say that religious organizations may actually be the place to find opportunities for mobilization on the scale that's necessary for the modern problems that we have. And so how to bring that inspiration so it can be used in positive ways through institutions may be a kind of possibility there. But I'm not sure if that's what, I mean, if you think about it, even the Buddhist teaching himself was an innovation to think beyond something that had existed, right, to get out of it. So how do we, I guess I was curious about what are the ways that you think in terms of bringing that so we're not just so that the tradition is also not just, or these organizations, not just reactive. We're caught in that cycle right now, I think, for sure, but how do we go beyond it for the future?
Yeah, I mean, there's been a lot of conversation publicly about why Buddhists in general have been so silent on many political issues, or why there have been maybe only a handful of Buddhist voices speaking out on genocide, on climate disasters, on economic inequality, on racism, and why other traditions seem to have much more political capital and practice in the public sphere in addressing so-called political issues, right? And I think something that some of my colleagues at Union are working on is a kind of sense that there's a need for, in this time, and these terms have different connotations, a Buddhist public theology and a Buddhist liberationist theology. Those are not the same thing, but that it would really be helpful for those of us interested in that to start to work out what are the various Buddhist responses to these times. What have been the political moves, many of them subversive in the Buddhist tradition, about how Buddhists have negotiated, cozied up to, resisted in all forms, but working out how do we speak in the so-called public sphere? How do we talk about ideas of, for example, collective karma and so-called justice from a Buddhist frame? How can we learn from our peers in other forms of liberation theology and public theology and that? So I think that's a really important intellectual project that needs to be informed by folks also on the ground, those on the front lines in political movements. Like, it's not just an abstract formulation. When I think of the work of Buddhist movement chaplaincy, I think of that as an incredibly political project. Like, I think of engaging, like, how do we relate to reality? What is going on here? How do we understand the crises of our time as developing a kind of political conception and project of how we work together too? How we build cultures and communities of practice that support cultures and conditions that allow us to become more free, whatever that might mean. Thanks for that laugh. Yeah, I think it's profoundly political in that sense of the term too. But I really do think Buddhists could benefit from more collaboration in this way. And also to ask the question of, like, you just had to raise that. Why is it the thing that feels like it comes last or separate? Or I was at a conference the other day where it was framed as transformative justice, Buddhist something, and one of the first speakers said, I'm not going to be political here. And I thought that was the conference I just came to. But so what is that line? And that's drawn very differently in different Buddhist communities, of course, right? But that is also an interesting thing. Is there some underlying resistance or tension, or is that we just don't know what we're doing? Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah.
I was just going to name. Oh, sorry.
Oh, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to name something that's really
Professor Gold.
super obvious.
Yes.
But just to put it on the table.
We need that.
So I felt like most of those comments were coming from, like, American Buddhism specifically, but there are places like in Thailand, like in Sri Lanka, like the relationship between dominant politics and Buddhism are entirely the opposite of what Brooke was just saying. Where it is mainstream, it is the establishment, it is the arm of the state that is employing state policy. And Taiwan would be a different case altogether, and the relationship between Tzu Chi and the politics there would be interesting to hear more about. So.
In fact, we have two of those Thai Buddhists on campus right now. Prakarati and Nediwit are both from that, doing a lot of that political work. Professor Gold's had his hand up here, and then I'm afraid we're running out of time as well. We have just a couple of minutes left, so we'll let him have a word, and then...
Thank you.
Yeah.
Just very quickly, I'll just remind everyone that what I was talking about first, it's many hours ago now.
Yeah.
But I think that the approach that I was taking is something that's designed to apply to politics.
Please get a mic. Can someone get him a mic?
We need a microphone.
We do for the stream and recording. Please, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. For the translators, I guess.
Oh, I see. Yeah. So I was just saying, it's many hours ago, but this conference, the first speaker was speaking about an approach to politics and society from using Buddhist concepts, and I do think that there are other ways to do it, but the approach that I was trying to articulate is about how can we apply Buddhist concepts in a way that are actually directly about analyzing society and diagnosing what has accrued into defilements within our social structures, and once we have those tools. We have some of the tools already in our social scientific, in our non-Buddhist social sciences that we can actually use and motivate and pull together if we really want to. So that's actually the way I was thinking of what I was doing. So I can talk more about that at the next time there's one of these panels tomorrow.
Great.
So thanks.
Yeah, great. I actually think that's a different approach to an answer to Brooke's sort of point about envisioning a different future, or how to build a different future, which entails envisioning a different one.那我们还有一个人，因为还没有说话，所以我要请他来说一下这个宗教、哲学、心理学，你有什么意见？ 给你最后一句话。
好，谢谢。这个何日生先生呢，我看的官职里面有一个是这个慈济学术委员会的这个召集人。
So I see that Dr. He is part of the Tzu Chi academic associations, like part of it. We're really hoping to have more collaborations with the Tzu Chi academic associations and foundations.
请问一下，那个现在在中国年轻人，他们对这个正念有兴趣吗？他们对佛教这个正念。
Young people in China interested in the teaching of the Master Zheng. He has done extensive work in mainland China for the past years, for many years, including the academic realm as well. So yeah, people are very much interested. 让我们来一起感谢我们所有的 panelists， 让我们感谢我们所有的嘉宾和的演讲，非常巨大的掌声。
Today, you have me as the last person saying goodbye to you for the day as you go off into the evening. And tomorrow morning we're on monastic hours. And if you're interested,
所以今天我们即将结束我们的会议，所以我们明天早上会在8点半重新在这个会议继续。
That'll be at 8:30 in the morning. So if you think that topic is not too crazy, I'll see you then. And if you sleep in, that's fine too. So, but we look forward to seeing you all tomorrow for another full day. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Professor Robson, for saying all the stuff I was going to say. So I guess, yeah, in exactly the same way. So thank you so much. And we'll invite all our speakers to step forward. And we have some gifts for everyone.